are these people?
We're very excited to introduce Marcus and Tamara, two organizers from the Free Palestine Charleston organization. They're the ones that had the viral moment last week at Mother Emanuel AME Church when they confronted Biden regarding the Gaza conflict. So we're very fortunate to have them on. So welcome Marcus, welcome Tamara to the show.
Welcome.
Hey.
Hey, yes.
Hi.
So yeah, once again, guys, thanks a lot for being here, and just very fortunate enough that the schedule is aligned that you were able to come in and talk with us tonight. And I just actually want to kind of start off by just asking, if you don't mind kind of getting into it right away. Can you share more about your organization and how it got started?
Yeah, so I'll start and then I'll pass it off to Tamara. So I'm Marcus McDonald, Charleston Black Lives Matter. Not gonna go too deep in when we started, but we've been around in Charleston since 2015, 2014, before the massacre, even after with the shooting of Walter Scott in Charleston. So we've been around the city doing this work for a minute.
Yeah, and I'm Tamara. I'm with Free Palestine Charleston. I was one of their founding members. Free Palestine Charleston is a grassroots organization that was started spontaneously between just two people that were very passionate about ending the occupation in Palestine. And they kind of just decided to start, and it's just been growing since then. And as a Palestinian, I have been aware of the Palestinian struggle for liberation because contrary to what a lot of people believe, it didn't start following the aftermath of October 7th. It's been an ongoing struggle since the Nakba of 1948. And I've never really had the opportunity to speak on this. I've never really been welcomed in spaces to speak on it until like organizations like these were started. So I kind of jumped at the opportunity to join when an organization like this was started for us locally.
Nice.
So, well, actually, I do want to ask you since you brought it up. So, just generally as a Palestinian, how has it? Well, I'm sure it was not great, prior to October 7th, but I think just how has it been, in terms of you just kind of adjusting to what's happening now, post October 7th?
I really don't think that it's anything that anyone can ever fully accept or adjust to or wrap their head around even. This is genocide at the end of the day. So people are being murdered, they're being killed, women, children, men, all of them. And this draws an interesting point about the dehumanization that goes on in the media when talking about the Palestinian struggle, because we are in an imperialist country that economically and politically benefits from the displacement and the dehumanization of Palestinians. So it's never something that I have really been able to wrap my head around or adjust to. It's very disheartening seeing people that share your same identity being killed for geopolitical gain.
So so obviously you guys went viral last week when you confronted Biden. Can you give us more details in terms of the planning that went prior into, preparing for this protest and this confrontation? I'm only asking because there's been a lot of, I think you guys have seen the heat you've been getting online in terms of, oh, these people, like, you disrupted the church and you disrupted all the grandmas
God
in the
forbid.
church and whatnot. So can you just share, like, in detail as best as you can, like, what was the planning like and how many were you who were part of this? Because from what you said in your, because you guys gave a statement afterward, there was a lot more information that wasn't necessarily communicated, or at least was not assumed to be the case. So can you just kind of clarify here, like, the details surrounding that, and then just the planning that you went prior to this confrontation.
Yeah, for sure. And I thank you for that question. I'll answer it with respect and out of the safety of some of the organizers. Some parts will be missing out, but I'll give you the scope.
Sure.
And just some background for people who didn't know. And this also helps with the context of like even the church itself. Mother Emanuel existed before 2015, before the massacre. A lot of people recognized it then, but it's my great grandmama's church. My great grandmother was actually one of the oldest members before she passed at 103. She was there from 1908 to 2011, and Reverend Clement Pinckney actually gave her eulogy, and I was there for it. So to be able to see him and like be in community again, I've seen him in sermons, et cetera, you know, as throughout my childhood, and then to see him get massacred and killed like that at that church, I think it was like around 18 when that happened, and you know, obviously being disgusted and angry and all the feelings that a lot of people around the nation, around the globe are feeling. And to be now, you know, with my organizing, I already hate it. I absolutely despise it when politicians exploit the massacre for political gain, specifically white politicians. And they'll do this locally, but also on a nationwide scale. So this is the ultimate disrespect for a man to come into this church who has blood on his hands from the genocide he's actively benefiting and promoting, and you know, what's the word, dehumanizing Palestinians by talking about the body count isn't what it is, and different things throughout this whole last few months. So when we got the news that he was going to be speaking, we got it around like Wednesday or Thursday, and we started going to meticulous planning because we're like, all right, this is happening. We're going to at least have to do something. So we organized the protest outside. We had people outside, not Mother Emanuel, because one, we knew the block was going to be shut down, but also the optics of protesting out of church is not something you want. And just being out of respect for like the general members, we didn't want to protest out there. So we was like, all right, let's do Marion Square, and out of safety for everybody, obviously, let's do Marion Square, which is right next to it. And going back into the history of real quick about Mother Emanuel, before 2015 and just throughout, it's had a revolutionary history. Reverend Clement Pinckney was targeted because he stood up for the body cameras, for heirs property, for Black people in general, and a hate crime bill, which is later named after him, that we still haven't got passed in this state. And he was targeted for just being that person. And before him, you had Denmark Vesey, who was planned an insurrection in Charleston. He was hung, him and over 20 other Black men. This is like in the 1800s. And this is, again, a slave revolution that started. He was a founding member of Mother Emanuel. So this is the history we're talking about, the church, and it goes into even the 60s of the Crest County sit-ins. I ain't gonna give you all the whole history detail, but again, this is like what goes into like us before we even go into this. We know the history. We know, again, I know the Reverend and his son and my cousins, the lead trustees. So it's like, it's not like we had no idea about this church. Like, again, we know about it. And the original plan was for me to do the interruption, because with me not only knowing the church and have that relationship with the church, but also it's like it is a Black church, and I, you know, had that relationship, had a poise to be able to do it. So, and the second plan was to have Tamara to do it because it was a historical moment to show solidarity between Black and Palestinian folks, and also her, as she said before, she's never gotten a chance to speak or have the platform for any of this to speak on these issues specifically to the president. So that was the goal, to show that solidarity. And again, we planned it in about 4 days. A group of like, you know, around 20 people against the Secret Service of about 7,000 people. And we went in, and it was really a mustard seed operation. Again, some details can be left out, but the people who came inside were registered in. Once I tried to get in, I got through the first checkpoint. The second checkpoint, I'm giving them my ID, and this white dude who I don't know at the time, Secret Service, in a suit, taps me. He's like, "Hey, you know, you're Marcus," and I already have my ID out because you know you have to show it to get in. And I'm like, "Yes." So let me talk to you for a second. And at that moment, I already knew like, and I'm gonna talk my way through it. It's a wrap. So I was like, all right. But I had already seen everybody else went in. So I was like, all right, boom. They're in, they're good. I'm gonna just like see what I can do and maybe cause a little disruption if I can outside. So like as soon as he tells me that, and generally I was real pissed off because like even like the way he went about it, he said like, "You're not welcome here." And for a white man to say that to me outside my great grandmama church. Like, no, I started
Right.
going off. So I started.
While pointing at
I tried to
sign.
limit my curse.
Yeah.
Huh?
While
Yeah,
pointing
and I
at
was like, I
sign,
tried to
you
limit.
know.
Yeah, and I was like, I tried to limit my curse words because we were outside the church, but I was like, I was very mad, and they started like, you had like at least like 5 or 6 Secret Service people around me at one point, and then I call everybody. I'm gonna call like, what's your name? What's your last name? Like, sorry, like pointing people out, and I called the Reverend, and this dude comes out. I don't recognize him at the time, but it turns out to be the Reverend, and we talk. I talked to his son, and they tell me that the reason I'm being barred from entry is because I've been outspoken on the Charleston BLM page about or against Biden and for holding them accountable for the genocide. So they see
Okay.
this and they just tell me verbatim, like, I'm not let in. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Reverend shakes my hand. I end up talking to him this past Sunday. We talked it out. And I don't get let in. I stay outside. I play my trombone and make some noise. And again, the rest is history. Like, Tom out and them were let in. And there's actually somebody who wasn't even really into the deep of the plan, but she was a black lady who was a member of the church and sat next to Tamara and them. And she was the black girl who stood up. Like, I know her, I'm not going to name her, but, I have a good relationship with her. She's a recent graduate and real powerful person. Just like out of knowing like what I'm about, I've talked to her a little about it. It's like happened like almost in that way, even spontaneously. So there's a lot of folks in solidarity, AME people who weren't in the video who like stood up. So there's a lot of optics, and it's interesting to see like the media twist narratives when it's not about you and about something else, but when it's like about your action, we had like, you know what I mean, with Whoopi Goldberg and other people. We'll get into that in another question, but it's like
Speaking of
that response was.
I wanted to show
Go
the
ahead.
people at home the actual thing that happened that your comrades were capable of. So
Yeah.
it's only a minute, so super short. They don't let you protest very long.
You should honor the lives of the call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
So to clarify, Marcus, you go to this church. You've grown up in this church.
Yeah, but I say I went more as a child than I do now, but I went like this past Sunday. Yeah.
Right. So did you talk to your pastor regarding your concerns about Biden coming in prior to him showing up?
No, I decided not to because I knew that was going to raise red flags and I didn't want to put in jeopardy the mission. So I talked to him and several other people from the church afterwards.
And I'm not sure if you can mention any details, but what was said, what was said regarding after this whole went down? Like, what did your pastor say to you after this?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to go too deep in details, and it was a brief conversation, but yeah, we pretty much talked about, having mutual respect for each other and how we just have to move forward and continue the conversation. Because like, again, he knows that, my voice can't be thrown away and, that we're gonna have to exist in the same city. Like Biden already left, like we here together. So like, how can we start working with folks from the mosque, folks from, different communities and bring people together and not just be an active or be just happy to be there, but like be an active member, and like how the Black church used to be, like be a place where organizers can come and really speak their voice and really welcome us more. So it's really started that conversation a little bit more.
So along with that, I do want to ask you, how did you feel with the response, assuming that many of the people in the congregation at the time do go to that church, the response that most of them had saying 4 more years after that, once you left or tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'll make a correction on that and I'll pass it to Mata. But the correction was the majority of the people in that in that room at that moment were not part of the congregation.
Okay.
That was more white people than I've ever seen in that church ever. I swear to God. And it was, I swear, I've never seen that many white, because it's a black church, and like white people have come there more even after the massacre, which I find kind of weird. But yeah, it's like never that many white folks out there. And again, I nothing against white people, obviously, but they like, and also they were the one who started the four more years chant. It wasn't like, from what
Okay.
I've seen, like black
Right.
people joined in afterwards. It
Okay.
was for people who I've heard who were in the audience, like yeah, it was an older white dude who started the 4 more years chant in response to what we were saying. So I want to make that clarification. But as far as the response to people who actually go to the church and live there, you got OG elder people who, like, some of them I can name, but like I'm talking about like people who are in the history books for what they've done, and like have texted me like no reservation, like he shouldn't
Yeah.
have been there in the first place, like totally
Y'all
on my
killed
side.
it.
And then you
Right.
have yeah, exactly. So you have that, and then you have some of the other side being like, well, I was there, and I thought you could have maybe done it differently, and you could have, like, they was trying to play the more respectability politics role, like maybe you could have met him in Hannibal's. And I was like, you're talking about the president of the United States. If y'all wanted to make a table for me, you would have invited me or let me in the
Right.
church. But
Yeah.
like you could have found your place. I wasn't given the opportunity. And as Tamara said before, she's never been given the space. And even a Black young American, we don't rarely get those spaces in a lot of the older Black organizations that invited him in and co-spoke with him. So the response from them sometimes been negative, but a lot of them, as I was saying before, I've been in the city doing this work, so like they like kind of understood like the overall reason behind it, and I'm like, all right, what's the next steps? Let's still conversate, whatever. And then on the middle, you had somebody who I'm also not gonna mention, but he's like really deeply connected to the massacre. A few people actually who's like had family who was killed in the massacre, who like was really off-put by it originally because like their PTSD of the massacre and like with their family, but then being like, well, like now that you talked to me about it, maybe I don't have a full understanding about what's going on there. Or like maybe I should have been speaking about it. You know what I mean? Like, and some people even from the massacre who didn't even want him to be there because they don't like to get the church to be politicized like in that way anyway. So you had like a lot of people just from like different sides, and again, the media has taken their own little route with it and kind of like, excluded and decentered the organizers from it, which I feel like is a tactic to like kind of just like let the narrative go as it's going. But
it leads us to our next
overall
one of our next questions.
Yeah, I said
what
go ahead,
were you
sorry.
hoping to achieve with this protest? What was the end goals here?
Yeah. What we were hoping to achieve was exactly what we stated in that church on Monday, in Mother Emanuel, which is a ceasefire. We wanted Biden to know that we are not okay with his current decisions that him and his administration are choosing, and we do not support him for choosing to side with an apartheid regime and a genocide. And that's exactly what we were hoping to get out of that, for him to call for a ceasefire. And although he did respond by saying that he was working quietly with the IOF to kind of like remove their presence outside of Palestine, working quietly is nowhere near as effective as publicly calling for a ceasefire and an end to the genocide. 20,000 people have already been murdered, and we don't want more blood on our hands, nor do we want our tax dollars funding a genocide that's happening across the Atlantic.
Do you think, so let's say if Biden calls for a ceasefire tomorrow, in your opinion, is that enough for you? Would that be enough for you?
I think a ceasefire is a minimum. I think asking for our children not to be murdered is a minimum. Asking for them to stop funding an illegal apartheid is a minimum. Asking them to stop using illegal phosphorus gas is a minimum. Asking for them to give them access to clean food and water rather than forcing them to starve to death is also a minimum. And asking for our rights back to our own land as Indigenous people of that land is also a minimum. These are just basic human rights of not only liberation, of just humanitarian overall. So a ceasefire is a start, but it doesn't necessarily mean that all is well, especially with the overwhelming amount of money that they have continuously used to support this genocide and this oppressive regime. It once again goes back to the extension of white imperialism in the Middle East and the fact that like calling for a ceasefire doesn't negate the fact that there have already been lives lost and that the struggle has been an ongoing existence for 75 years. I mean, previous to the horrible events of October 7th, Gaza has been in an open air prison before that for the past 16 years with limited access to food and water, which is another violation of the Geneva Convention. So if we're talking about all of this, no, not all is well, but it's a start so that we can start having the right conversations. But until that happens, we need to continue to use our voices to call for a ceasefire at a minimum, because that is what it's most important right now.
Right. So unfortunately, there may be a lot of people who might agree with you, but will make the argument, oh, if Trump, God forbid, were to be president, he will be a lot worse. So because of that, we have to vote for Biden, So what would you say to people who make that case in terms of well, I guess in this case, the greater of the two evils to kind of justify, us voting for Biden? So people who kind of say that, and I'm interested to hear how that makes you feel as a Palestinian, like.
Absolutely. There's so many things that I would like to say about this topic, starting with the fact that the polarized parties in America is definitely like an egocentric issue that is only centralized to America. But what's going on in Palestine isn't a Republican versus a Democratic issue. It is a humanitarian crisis that everyone around the globe has basically been calling for a ceasefire. So kind of trying to insert the American problems into this narrative that has nothing to do with America itself, or like, should I say the American political parties, is somewhat dehumanizing and contributes to the erasure that this isn't a bigger conflict than it actually is. With that said, I think irregardless of what political party any candidate is affiliated with, they should not be monopolizing on Palestinian lives or the Palestinian struggle. Like, at the end of the day, Palestinians are human the same way all other people on this earth are human. And our voices and our struggle for liberation isn't just a tactic for you to gain votes in this next election. So I think that it goes to say that we will no longer be choosing between the lesser evils, because that's irrelevant when we're talking about a humanitarian crisis. We need to continue deciding on voting for policies that we think are right, rather than just simply affiliating with a party that we most align with.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We've been there, so
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's my frustration for sure when people, especially on the left, will mention this issue only because it affects Biden, and his re-election campaign. So appreciate your thoughts there,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not Biden and his administration. I mean, the United States has had a history of funding Israel as an imperialist state, as we are colonialized, like we have colonialized nations. And yes, we are speaking about Palestine now, but we will continue to fight for the liberation of all people, regardless of where they are around the world. And it has nothing to do with just Biden. It has something to do with the fact that any presidential administration needs to recognize that they need to do better when they're making decisions on behalf of their people.
Yeah.
So you guys were very fortunate to come to DC. I actually wish I knew that, because I'm based in DC. I could have met up with you guys there. But you went to the protests in DC over the weekend. I wasn't able to go. This time I went to the first one. So can you share your thoughts in terms of what you witnessed on Saturday and just your overall view of what you might have heard or something that might have stuck out to you? Maybe just as far as speaking or just the support that you got that was obviously there in terms of having, I think it was almost 500,000 people represented, to show solidarity to Palestine. So,
Do you mind if I
Yeah, go ahead.
answer
Please
the
do
first?
it.
Thank you. I was honestly very overwhelmed. I felt like a strong sense of community and resilience and pride just seeing all the people there. And I think it goes to show that what necessarily the media covers when talking about this narrative isn't necessarily reflective of the actual support that we have amongst the people. So it was definitely very heartwarming to see the sort of overall national community showing solidarity with the Palestinians, regardless of which background they came from. So I was very happy to be there and to be a part of such a historic moment for me. And I think it just once again goes to show that we are waking up to conflicts that have nothing to do with what the media is covering. So I think people are becoming more aware of certain humanitarian struggles, and they are going to continue to show up and use their voices to support struggles for liberation.
and Marcus, any thoughts regarding what you witnessed over the weekend?
Yeah, so I was about to say I ended up missing it, but actually, and I think this will tie in because we never stopped working and they never stopped visiting our state. So Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, came down this past Monday for Martin Luther King Day.
Oh,
So
God.
like again, so that here we go again meme from San Andreas. But so there's some people in Columbia, which is like our state capital, organized around it already. I was out there, and same feeling, even though on a much smaller level. There's folks fighting for reparations there, and we was out there. I had my trombone, and you could hear it if you look at her speech. The first half of the speech, you could hear like if you listen to it, you can hear in the background like reparations now, and you hear like that, like and Free Palestine. You hear all that in the background, and we weren't able to interrupt like we did for the Biden one, but they're still feeling our effects. So that's what I did this past weekend. And I went the first one too. And I saw my brother Muhammad El Kurd speak. And we actually spoke. We shut down Harvard, I want to say October, because we spoke, and they was hating and they shut down the campus. But we spoke in like a Black Palestinian solidarity thing. And this is like 2021, I believe. But yeah, so he spoke at the first DC rally. And I hugged him. I was like, bruh. Because I've been thinking about him the whole time this, conflict been going since October. So like it was good seeing him just like hug him and let him know. Cause like, we still got you down in South Carolina and just, touch base with him. But,
Right. So actually, Marcus, I want to ask you from one Black man to another, because there's some of us within our community who might say, oh, we get the idea of what's happening in Palestine, but we as Black people have no business getting into the affairs of Palestinians or whatever. That's not a concern for us and all that kind of stuff. So what would you say to those people in regards to, just us being in solidarity with Palestinians in terms of the conflict?
Well, one, I tell them to crack open a history book. And either activists who you celebrate, like Malcolm X, James Baldwin, Angela Davis, the list goes on, Kwame Ture,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but I say that list goes on even the historical analysis. But even if you look, even like the average Black person considers themselves woke or on point, I even have some, but like we have mad Egyptian, like the pharaohs and the Pharisees, like we love the Egyptian culture. Do you know what Palestine is? Egypt is right here. So even on a geopolitical thing, and if you see all the forces that have been standing up for Palestine, who is it? South Africa, Namibia, a lot of these African countries, and even South America, but specifically Africa, have been standing up. And it's like if we want to be respected in this state or in this country, we're gonna have to have a strong Africa. So we're talking about Marcus Garvey and we're talking about Pan-Africanism, but it is really common sense. Like if we're not respected in Africa and Africa is not a strong continent, we will never get respect or our liberation in this country. So as the common thing said, it's like until one of us are free, until all of us free, none of us are free. And regardless of our proximity to it, we shouldn't be like allow our comfort, our supposed comfort in this empire, allow us to be what's the word, disaffected or like not care about people issues. And I feel like sometimes the society we live in is so individualistic, and I feel like we've like drawn away from some more of our African roots of like communalism and sharing things and caring about each other. Like it's all about if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense type of a mentality that I feel like is breaking a little bit now, because like you can't have that when you see like a massacre happening on your phone every day. So I feel like that narrative is a little bit changing, but we still have it. Like things are hard to unlearn. So I have had those conversations, and that's usually how I like try to draw it out. Like, do you care about, you know what I mean? Like, what do you stand on? You know what I mean? Also, even if you don't care about what happens in the global sphere, Israel and how much funds goes from your tax dollars goes to Israel. Like you like we did a study here, and I can send y'all the sources for it. But our city of Charleston or Charleston County, we spend upwards of like 2 million in how much we contribute to Israel and federal funding. So that's our county alone. And in our states, over 40 million. You have a lot of our politicians who are trying to figure out financial instruments to Israel, and our Charleston Police Force trains with Israel IOF. So like these are like direct connections that happen right here. So it's like if you care about, any issues going on, even in your own neighborhood, it's directly affected by this issue. So that's an important point. And we've been having conversations on the other end. My brother Muhammad El Kurd brought this up. It's like there's issues within our communities, like the Black and Muslim, Black Palestinian, that we still got to work out. Like it's not all peaches and cream, but let's work out those so we can allyship, like have true allyship and have true community. Because like it has to be accountability on both ends, like so we can be strong together and not be divided. Because that's what they want in the end. That's how they've divided and conquered a lot of our movements in the past. So that solidarity has been amazing to see.
Yeah, so I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I did read your statement, I think maybe a week or two ago, and you mentioned that EBIT systems,
Elbit. Yeah.
Elbit, sorry, has, I'm just going to read it. So this is kind of your demands. An end to Elbit Systems, a facility manufacturing weapons the IOF currently uses to commit its crimes against humanity, operating in Ladson, South Carolina. Elbit Systems invested $35 million in relocation and recently opened its 145,000 square foot plant in Ladson. It receives tax cuts for its investment. A 2019 fiscal year report disclosed that company's extra revenue diverted $423 million from public schools across the state, disproportionately low income with mostly Black and brown students. And I thought, actually, we've been saying this on the show ad nauseum, but you kind of hit that home with that statement, is in terms of for Black people to kind of say, oh, we shouldn't care. That money that is being sent towards Israel can be going towards our reparations. That money could be going towards our needs here, especially for low income families here. So, our police are trained by the IDF. So the next time you're getting beat up by the cops, think of Israel. So there's a lot. So I think you brought up a good point, is that we have to be a lot more aware of what's happening globally, because that does affect us, usually financially, domestically as well. You want to say, Marcus?
Yeah, one more thing I try to add on, and that's how we ended the apartheid in South Africa. It was like student organizers, and a lot of our older council members I remember when I was young, I had a kafir too, and things like that. So it's like a lot of older people who had that connection with the movement, and they entered it through the South Africa, in the apartheid movement. So we've seen in our recent history even how us organizing and shutting things down can have a direct effect to end the apartheid in other places, and that's why we're fighting in the apartheid in Israel, because that's
And-
what it is. And if you look at what it's like, it looked just like Jim Crow. Like the checkpoints, you can't go on this street, you can't go on that street. Like that sound like Jim Crow to me. So
Right. I do want to ask you maybe maybe 2 or 3 more questions before we let you guys go. So going back to your church community a little bit, especially for the elders in your church, how do you, I kind of mentioned, and you can correct me, and you can speak to this in terms of your community. I just kind of feel generally that boomers in our community have generally kind of lost it. They've lost a lot of that revolutionary spirit in terms of what they experienced in the civil rights movement, that I've made the argument that they should be kind of encouraging us to lead a charge. No one really should have been on you two in terms of how you were protesting. That should have been encouraged, not stifled. So
Can I say something before?
sure. Yeah. So how do you feel that's true, or yeah, go ahead, Tamara.
Like, as the person that spoke up in church, I think specifically to the older Black community of Mother Emanuel, we were well aware that we might be stepping in on toes, and we didn't want to infiltrate their safe space. So that's why we kind of sort of like worked with other members of the congregation and other members of the community, trying to see the best way to go about this, being respectful to the elder community. And with that being said, I actually, it's funny to me because I think that like 2 or 3 of the most prominent people that we have that are like have spoken at almost every single protest that we've had here in Charleston when talking about Palestinian liberation have been Black older people that have had like known about the intersectionality between Black and Palestinian liberation. And I'm not going to name any names, but they were also working during the civil rights movement and with the Black Panthers up in Harlem, and they have always sort of been on our side. So I think that it isn't necessarily that they're losing their spirit. I just think that it was the narrative.
They frozies. What happened? Why'd they freezies, Collin? They came back last time they froze. Hopefully.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, that's unfortunate. They haven't completely lost connection. So, what do you think?
Hold on.
Let's try this. Yeah. There we go. Here. Let's go here for a bit and let's see if we get them back. But I was about to add on to her thing anyway of like, speaking of elder community being respected, their elder community specifically they're losing their elder community. So,
right.
You know, like I saw yesterday, there's 9-year-old journalists out in Palestine, Collin. So,
right.
You know, but here they are.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we got you back. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. So,
I hear us.
Yes.
So Tamara, you might have to repeat everything you said, or at least mostly what you said.
Yeah, in the last
sorry about
10 seconds. So
No, okay. I don't know exactly where it stopped off. So if you guys could just remind me what was the last thing that I was saying before it froze.
What do you think, Collin?
Again?
No.
Market.
Oh no,
I don't know what going on.
You're still here. You're still here. You're good.
Yeah.
So,
you were mentioning how there are 2 Black elders within your church that
we're supportive.
I think are more
you.
radical we were supportive of you in terms of what you guys were doing. That's kind of where you kind of cut off.
Yeah, actually, like I was just gonna say that the majority of people who have been at the forefront that have been very outspoken or sort of been guides in this experience as grassroots organizations have been older Black men and women who have been fighting for their own liberations since they were our age. Some of them were even in Harlem working with the Black Panthers and have continuously been showing up since the Civil Rights Movement, kind of fighting for the liberation of all peoples, regardless of their backgrounds. And I was just going to say that I think the narrative was misconstrued specifically on Monday because they labeled me as a white woman who was
Right.
stepping in a Black space.
Right.
And that was kind of like the biggest problem with it. But I think that actually like the older community has been one of the most supportive lights when it comes to Palestinian liberation. And
Well,
yeah,
and
that's just where I wanted to end.
speaking of
Are always like our guides and making our choices going forward.
speaking of elder communities being respected, your people's elder community is running out. Like, you know, they're I'm trying to remember the numbers there, but you know, there has to be 9-year-old journalists in Gaza right now, you know? Like there's not many elders being left over there. So, you know, I think that's a bit of a misnomer on top of that. So anything to add, Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that you even see as far as like on the other side, like the people who don't want to engage, you see that in older, like I've heard folks from the older Muslim community who are afraid to come out just out of concerns of safety. But what I tell them is like, if you, because they always say this, a lot of pastors, we need to listen to the youth. Yeah, the youth need to come out. Well, if y'all really want us to come out, like give us space to do that. You know what I mean? Don't just say it, do it in your actions and like make room. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't need to take that position. Like see if somebody else want it. You know, you don't have to work your whole life. You sometimes need to retire and pass the mantle. So those conversations have been ongoing and that's throughout. And I be telling people, especially the older Black organizations, y'all ain't gonna live forever. So it's like if y'all want to have like a movement that lasts longer than you, like you need to, you know, encourage people to get involved. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think change is definitely integral, and they are definitely a huge part of the process when it comes about change, especially just the way in which grassroots organizations now move forward. They, like I said, are our guiding light because they've done this before. So we definitely have to take their wisdom with us and use it moving forward. And it's just always so I'm always so amazed by like just how much strength and resilience they have because a lot of them aren't afraid to show up, Christian, Muslim, or otherwise. Like they're always ready to show up and use their voices, and they're not afraid of the repercussions, which is very respectable.
So speaking of, and I think end it in a couple of minutes, but so what are next steps for you guys in terms of your organization or you guys personally?
Yeah.
So,
You can
So
say.
okay, so one of our really upcoming steps is we're calling for a City of Charleston ceasefire resolution. There's been similar resolutions passed throughout the country, even in places like Georgia, California, and throughout, you know, the nation. So we want to add City of Charleston to that list. City of Charleston in the 80s actually put forth a divestment resolution for South Africa. So we do have a history of standing up. That's when we had a bigger Black population. We've been hit by gentrification, so the politics is a little bit different, but we do have some support from City Council. It is, you know, everybody obviously in City Council and throughout Charleston saw the action. So people are hearing about it and aware. And yeah, that's one of our upcoming ones. And then we're also planning a lot of cultural nights, a lot of events, just getting people together. But that's one of our big ones. And there's other different statewide actions that are going on. But I'll let Tamara talk a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest efforts that we are still continuing to focus on is calling for a ceasefire because like what we were trying to say in that church is still what we're trying to continue saying now. And we will continue to use our voices to uplift that message because the ceasefire is going to be beneficial for everyone. And we do hope that Charleston will be, once again, we hope that they call for a ceasefire. And that's actually what we're trying to advocate for currently with our city council. But We want this to move sort of unilaterally, and we want to continue growing our network with other organizations nationwide so that we can call for multiple ceasefire resolutions across a lot of cities, not just Charleston.
Okay. And for people who may want to get involved, even if they don't live in South Carolina, is there a way that people can support you guys, or is there a way that you know of that they can get involved in actions locally where they live that you can share with me?
Absolutely. I think that despite a lot of what the media says, using your voice is still very much important, and engaging with social media content despite a lot of huge mega corporations like Meta that's trying to sort of like subdue our voices and silence us. We need to still continue showing up regardless of where you are. Like, social media is your opportunity to sort of grow and make connections and network with a lot of people and show up to protests. And for our local people in South Carolina, feel free to follow our Instagram at Free Palestine Charleston, and we always have updates on our next plan of action over there. And we also have a link tree for anybody who wants to get involved more in the organization aspect. But if you don't even live in Charleston, another good tip is just to honestly start organizing with other people that you find are passionate about the same things you are, because, like, surprisingly enough, we've had a lot of solidarity here in Charleston, which is crazy because I think we're such a small city, like, compared to everywhere else, but we were able to make such a huge dent. There's no limit. So
Yeah, and also just following up, encouraging, pulling up outside of social media and pulling up in person is important. If you're scared to pull up in person, work in the backgrounds, but don't be afraid and don't be passive, because passivity is the death of all movements. And there's always been, everybody always feels like one person, but that's why we have groups and that's why we have organizations to build our power. And I encourage you to join a group. And again, like Tamata said, like, join one if there's not one.
make one, yeah.
Exactly. And again, even the action we did, you talking about like 20 people, bro. Like, you're not talking about like, we're not a syndicate. We don't got like, we're not Antifa. Like, we don't got like 500,000 people. Like, it's a grassroots effort starting in living rooms, conversations, meals. Like, that's how it go down. And like,
And we were a grassroots
humanizing it.
organization that, like, it was a collective effort between multiple grassroots organizations in Charleston.
Yeah.
So once again, the intersectionality between multiple different liberations and their struggles are very much intertwined.
Mhm.
And we work as a collective to continue unifying the people and also fighting for the liberation of all people, not just Palestinians. So
Yep.
yeah.
Well, appreciate you showing up.
So don't forget
And
to educate yourself. You educate yourself.
yeah.
So I just want to give you guys one more opportunity. Any final words, especially for you, Tamara? I think it just really resonated with me that you said, as a Palestinian, you're not feeling that you don't necessarily have a voice. We want to give that to you now. So anything that you want to say to people who are hearing you, anything final that you want people to know, just feel free to share it now.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, thank you guys so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I think it's very important to continue to use our voices and uplift one another. So we will always stand shoulder to shoulder when fighting for the liberation of all people, regardless of their background. And we have yet to call for a ceasefire as the United States. So we need to continue doing that, and we need to continue showing up. And my other Palestinian brothers and sisters, like, I am just very happy to have such a community behind me that has been so supportive. And just again, growing up as a Palestinian American, we have always kind of been like a little bit isolated, or like not really welcomed, but we were able to like form our own communities as daughters and sons of the diaspora. And I appreciate every single one of you for continuing to show up and be proud of your Palestinian identity. And we will continue to do that.
And Marcus, any final words for you?
No, that's about it. But just as far as my Black folks and just people across the country, this will affect you. And if you feel it like it doesn't, you're wrong. And I definitely recommend, as Tamara said, do your education and don't be afraid to pull up, organize with other groups, and really amplify what's going on in your city, around the world, and make real tangible steps. And don't allow yourself to be passive or be paralyzed for saying anything. Like, action has to go on, and you have to go out of your normal schedule sometimes to really push that forward. If you care about it, put some time, separate out some time, and make something happen. There's ways to get involved. We all just one person. Join an organization, join a family, and make something happen.
Marcus,
Perfect.
Tamara, thank you guys so much. And I'll say this, for people that said to you whatever regarding your protests, I know Reef and I and like our audience really appreciated what you guys were doing. So, because Biden needed to hear it, Biden needed to be stuck to, and I think the best thing that could have happened is that you've had people talking, in terms of mainstream media having to pick it up. And so I just hope that those conversations do translate into action, especially for you tomorrow in terms of your community. I hope that this will be the beginning of, of hopeful change that is positive in terms of, how people feel about Palestinians in general and what that leads to in terms of true liberation for you people and by association, everyone else. So thank you
Yep.
so much for you both for your time, and we really appreciate you being here.
Speaking of talking, get your butts in the comments down there. Tell us what you think. Do all the stuff you're supposed to do. Like, share, subscribe, all those normal things. Go find those two people. I think those are your Insta handles we have underneath you. Just making sure people know that they can find you on there. But we're gonna be right back. So don't go nowhere. We're gonna say bye to our guests, and then we'll be right back for our rest of our show. So stay tuned, people. See you again soon. This button. Where's it at? Oh, no. Almost. There we go. Bye-bye, everybody.
Who are these people?
So we're going to talk about Blood Diamonds as our first segment tonight, and
not just the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio speaking South African.
Right. So shout out to Sabby. She put out a tweet, and she tweeted, "I heartily encourage everyone covering Israel's attack on Gaza to connect the Congo. Israel oppressed and exploited the Congolese as well. This is helpful when debating Zionists." And she linked this article that we are going to read. I believe Sabby also used the same article, but challenge accepted. As we said, we love when our community offers us stories to talk about. And as we said, we wanted to talk about Congo for a while, and we've admitted we have put that off, but I think this will be as good of a time as any to now talk about what's happening in Congo. So let's get into it. This article is from San Francisco Bayview, which I believe is a local newspaper of color. This article is written by Jeffrey J.
Mainly green, from what I see.
Yeah.
But
but he titles "Diamonds Drenched in Blood: Unmasking Israel's Role in the Congolese Crisis." And just so you guys know, this was written back in November last year. So he continues, "Children between 5 and 16 are considered the easiest source of cheap labor and are regularly employed in the diamond mining industry between 6 to 7 days a week. Because of their small size, children may also be asked to perform the most dangerous activities, such as entering narrow mine shafts or descending into pits where landslides may claim their lives," reports RGNN in a 2015 story, "Congo, Diamonds, and Poverty." In the heart of Africa, where the earth is rich with diamonds, lies the Democratic Republic of Congo, a land steeped with steeped with beauty and turmoil. This nation, endowed with vast natural resources, has become a tragic illustration of how global greed and geopolitical agendas can ravage a country. The DRC story is not just about its diamonds, it's a saga of exploitation and lost promises. The allure of these precious stones has attracted various international players, casting long shadows over the nation's sovereignty and the well-being of its people. The year 1997 marked a pivotal moment in this narrative as Israeli diamond businesses began penetrating the Congolese market. This incursion coincided ominously with a rapid destabilization of the country. By 1998, the DRC was plunged into a vortex of conflict and chaos, underscoring the disastrous impact of external economic interests in politically fragile regions. This was not merely a coincidence, but a stark demonstration of how pursuing natural resources can trigger and expedite regional instability. The echoes of this turmoil continue to resonate, revealing the deep scars left by these exploitative engagements. The recent history of the DRC intertwines with controversial figures like Dan Trollier, I guess, and Benny Steinmetz, who have become emblematic of the intricate dance between resource exploitation and international politics. Gertlier's dealings in the Congo led to U.S. sanctions that the Trump administration controversially lifted, and Steinmetz's conviction in the mining scandal in Guinea are not isolated incidents. Instead, they reflect a larger, more systemic pattern of Israeli involvement in African mining, particularly in the Congo, a manifestation of a global practice where resource-rich African nations are often left grappling with the consequences of corruption and exploitation. Indeed, let's expand this section to illustrate the connection between the Israeli diamond industry economics and alleged destabilization in Congo, highlighting the perceived hypocrisy. Any thoughts before we move on?
Nope, sounds like standard colonial nonsense.
Yeah.
So, and of course the Israelis want a cut of this, right? So
yes.
Cool.
Well, not just them, like the
everybody.
West.
Yeah,
they are. Well,
yep.
They are a proxy to the West after all. So yeah, not surprising. So so I mean, just given our relationship, it makes sense, that Israel, given its proximity to Africa, would, be involved in this. But anyway, we'll continue. Israel's foray into the Congolese diamond industry in its economic narrative. Since entering the diamond trade in Congo in 1997, Israeli companies have carved out a dominant position, contributing substantially to Israel's economy. As of 2016, cut diamonds accounted for an astounding 23.2% of Israel's total exports, making them the country's most total. Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot. 23% of your that's a good chunk of change of your export business. So,
right.
But
making them the country's most significant export product and constituting 12% of the world's diamond production. This industry is not just a business sector, it's a powerhouse of national economic strength, bolstering Israel's standing on the global stage. However, this ascent in the diamond trade coincides alarmingly with the descent of the Congo into conflict and turmoil, raising critical questions about the industry's impact on the region's stability. Amidst this economic boom, the Israeli diamond industry continues to garner prestigious accolades and recognition at home, starkly contrasting with the situation in the Congo. Industry leaders like Benny Meloff of MID House of Diamonds are celebrated with high honors like the Israel Diamond Industry Dignitary Award, underscoring their esteemed status within the nation's economic fabric. These awards, bestowed among government officials and industry elites, symbolize the industry's esteemed position in Israel. However, this national pride and acclaim starkly contrasts with the allegations of the industry's role in fueling conflict and destabilization in resource-rich nations like the Congo. This dichotomy paints a picture of hypocrisy, where the industry's prosperity and recognition within Israel are juxtaposed against the backdrop of the suffering and turmoil in regions from which these precious gems originate. Dan Gerlier's saga in the Congo is a stark emblem of the intricate web of exploitation that plagues resource-rich African nations. Gertlier, an Israeli mining magnate, found himself in the crosshairs of the U.S. government, which imposed sanctions against him in December 2017 and June 2018. These sanctions respond to his opaque and corrupt mining deals, facilitated by his close relationship with former Congolese President Joseph Kabila. Gerlier's dealers were not just business transactions, they were interwoven with the political fabric of the Congo, influencing decisions at the highest levels and affecting the lives of millions of Indonesians. So, in other words,
AKA resources that like normal, like oil would be or iron would be. You know, this is, and they're upset that really the U.S. was upset he started dealing within Africa. It sounds like, you know,
right, but how different is that from what we do in terms of befriending African politicians who are heavily corrupt and are willing to play ball with the West to enrich themselves to the detriment of their.
He just wasn't our friend. He was someone else's, which that's about the only crime so far.
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm sure you're dealing in blood diamonds in Africa. You're, you know, there's a lot going on with that. Even just the mining of diamonds itself is pretty bloody. So, you know, but yeah.
The controversial pivot in this saga occurred during the final days of the Trump administration, which quietly eased these sanctions, allowing Gertlier a reprieve from the stringent restrictions previously imposed. This move was not made public and surprised many, particularly given the severity of the accusations against Gertlier. The easing of sanctions raised critical questions about the U.S. government's commitment to combating corruption and promoting ethical practices in international trade. However, this respite was short-lived. The Biden administration, responding to international outcry and the calls from and human rights groups, reversed Trump's decision and reinstated the sanctions. This action reaffirmed the U.S. stance against corruption, particularly in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a nation long ravaged by external interests exploiting its natural resources. The reinstatement of these sanctions by the Biden administration sent a clear message. Corruption and exploitation in international business, particularly in vulnerable nations like the Congo, would not be tolerated.
Yeah, whatever you say.
This shift underscored the significant geopolitical implications and the U.S.'s role in shaping international business ethics and practice.
Which is everyone's problem, which is why people are joining BRICS.
Right.
Yeah. This was written in when? 2023, something like that? Last year? Okay.
This past fall. The case of Benny Steinmetz in Guinea presents another glaring example of the intricate entanglements between African resource exploitation and international business global.
What have we talked about in Guinea? We've talked about Guinea. We're one of the few people who've talked about Guinea. Go look up Paradise Bombed on our channel. I'll try to annotate it for you lazy people watching the clip. But we've talked about what's going on over there, and it's all the same colonialist nonsense that goes on everywhere. So nice to see another one in here, you know, tied to the Israelis. So yay. Cool. Okay.
Steinmetz, an Israeli businessman, faced legal scrutiny for his involvement in one of the mining industry's most contentious legal disputes. He was found guilty of bribing Mandinde Touré, the wife of Guinea's late president Lassana Conté, to secure exploration permits of iron ore beneath the Sinadu Mountains.
And we've talked about what they're willing to do to get it.
Right. The court convicted Steinmetz for orchestrating payments totaling $8.5 million between 2006 and 2012, underlining a disturbing pattern of corruption that directly impeded Guinea's developmental prospects.
Okay, of course. Why does everything come back around, Collin? Why? Why do we cover stuff and then months later it comes up again?
I mean,
okay.
is it well?
I mean, it's just like, and it's all roads lead to Israel, apparently. You know, like you follow the corruption and it goes back there.
Well, I think, you know, at the time we didn't necessarily make that connection to Israel, but I think now with more stuff, but obviously what's happening now, you know, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of interesting how this wasn't really necessarily public knowledge.
No.
At all.
No.
In terms of making this connection with Israel.
Yeah.
So but anyway, the implications of Steinmetz's actions extended far beyond Guinea's borders. His conviction paints a troubling picture of the Israeli businessmen in the global mining sector. It casts a shadow over the ethical practices of international mining deals and raises questions about the accountability and transparency of such high-stake business ventures. Steinmetz's case is not just about individual wrongdoing. It is emblematic of a broader issue where powerful business figures exploit governments' weaknesses in resource-rich nations, often leaving behind a trail of socioeconomic and environmental disruption. This controversy is a stark reminder of the need for stringent international regulations and oversight to prevent the exploitation of vulnerable nations by powerful global actors.
Nope. There you go. Sorry.
Since entering the diamond trade in Congo in 1997, Israeli companies have carved out a dominant position, contributing substantially to Israel's economy.
I was 4 years old, I think.
Yeah.
93, 97.
97.
Something like that. People can do the math at home. Yeah.
Okay. In addressing the exploitation of the Democratic Republic of Congo, it is essential to confront the pervasive influence of neocolonialism and the global complicity that sustains it. The voices of African activists, scholars, and local communities in the DRC are not just articulating the trauma of exploitation, they are sounding an alarm for a global reckoning, which I think we've talked about in West Africa.
It's happening. Yeah.
We're beginning to see that. And a little bit, well, we've also kind of talked about prior, but
yeah,
the complexities of the DRC's plight cannot be fully understood with acknowledging colonial and neo-colonial practices. These systemic forces have shaped the country's current governance and economic structures and limited local actors' agency, trapping them in a cycle of survival within an oppressive framework. To fully address the exploitation in the DRC, the global community must recognize and dismantle the mechanisms of neocolonialism. This recognition entails moving beyond passive acknowledgement to active resistance, embodying the spirit of Mario Savio's call to action. It requires a collective commitment to make these exploitative systems so odious that it cannot continue unchallenged. The global community must not only refuse to participate in these systems, but must also actively work to disrupt and dismantle them. For the Congolese people, achieving justice and reclaiming control over their resources is extradientally linked to the global movement against neocolonialism. The international exploitation of the DRC's natural wealth, particularly its diamonds, must be recognized as a form of neocolonialism and treated as such by the world community. This shift demands stringent international laws and norms that criminalize and penalize the exploitation of resource-rich nations. It requires a fundamental change in how the world values natural resources, prioritizing human dignity and community well-being over material wealth. The global community's role is to support the DRC in its fight against exploitation and actively participate in dismantling the systems that perpetuate this exploitation.
Okay. What do we got here? Any Steinmetz?
So seeing the connection between, well, basically this is a bribe chart, basically.
Okay, so we start with Benny Steinman. He's the owner of BSGR, right? So we go over, he'll announce he'll be back to Neron, Tory's CEO, right?
Right.
As part of a settlement,
As part of
Neron
settlement,
gets
Neron-
bribery, tainted mining block for 50 million? Okay.
Yeah.
And BSG
But
Guinea
if you
sued
go
each
to the
other.
left,
Yeah.
BSMIS Group Resources,
Okay.
BSRG had mining rights. Yeah. So basically,
money laundering.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a washing machine of money. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So
cool.
So, the activities of Israeli businessmen in Africa, particularly in cases like Gerler and Steinmetz, prompt a critical examination of the intersection between Zionism, Israeli foreign policy, and African geopolitics. These instances occurring within a broader context of resource exploitation reflect the complex nature of Zionism as it intersects with global economic and political agendas. Israel's foreign policy, often seen as an extension of its national ideology, raises questions about the role and influence of Zionism in shaping these international engagements. For resource-rich but economically struggling African nations, the actions of individuals like Gertler and Steinmetz have significant implications. They exemplify a pattern where external economic interests, in this case tied to Israeli nationals, exploit vulnerabilities for profit, often at the expense of local development and governance. This dynamic challenges the conventional narrative of development and philanthropy often associated with foreign investments. The ethical responsibilities of Israeli companies and, by extension, the Israeli state come into sharp focus. It is imperative to assess whether these actions align with the ethical standards and values professed by Zionism and Israeli policy. This scrutiny is about compliance with legal norms and the moral and ethical implications of such engagement. The narrative of development and aid, often used to justify foreign investment in Africa, must be critically evaluated to ensure it does not mask exploitative practices. Ultimately, this discourse demands reevaluating Israeli foreign policy and business practices in Africa, ensuring they contribute positively and equitably to the nations they engage with. To fully grasp the impact of foreign exploitation of African resources, it is essential to turn to the voices of those directly affected, African activists, political analysts, and the local population. Their insights paint a vivid picture of the ground realities and offer a crucial counter-narrative to the often dominant international perspectives. African activists consistently highlight the disparity between the wealth generated from national resources and the persistent poverty experienced by local communities. They argue that deals made by foreign businesses like those of Gertler and Steinmetz often bypass the needs and rights of the populace, exacerbating economic and social disparities. Political analysts from the continent point to the systemic issues of governance and corruption that enable such exploitation, emphasizing the need for more vital institutions and transparency in dealing with international entities.
Mm-hmm.
The local population, for those who live on the lands rich in resources, offer the most poignant perspective. They speak of disrupted livelihoods, environmental degradation, and essential betrayal by both their governments and foreign actors. Their narratives underscore a feeling of being spectators in the plunder of their own resources, sidelined in the decisions that directly impact their lives and futures. These diverse African voices collectively call for a rethinking of how natural resources are managed and the demand for equitable partnerships prioritizing sustainable development and respect for local communities. This perspective is crucial in reshaping the discourse around resource exploitation in Africa and in formulating policies that genuinely benefit the people of this richly endowed continent.
Mm.
So actually I have a couple more slides, I believe, on this, but
okay.
I mean, I don't think I really need to say anything because I feel like I talk about this constantly as far as what's been happening in Africa, and then we talk about it we're doing, but we don't often associate with what Israel is doing. And so
Right.
even with Israel, they're complicit in a lot of this too for their wealth of their own. And honestly, I will say this here, and I've said it multiple times, China as well.
Mhm.
Like, I
Well,
know people
particularly in
have
Guinea.
right.
So,
I
but
mean,
yeah,
we make the argument that China might be more.
they're nicer about it.
They're nicer about it, but it's not necessarily to the point where workers are.
I mean, it's like
seizing
compared
the
to what
labor
we
production.
do and what the West do, they're like 95% better than us. But like
Right.
versus
But I've
our
mentioned this
all
before.
shit.
Right.
So,
But I've mentioned this before, when I have gone to Uganda, most recently, the last time I went was back in 2019, part of the Belt and Road Initiative, they were building basically a new highway from the airport to Kampala, the capital. Beautiful,
mhm.
built by the Chinese. But the issues that people were telling me on the ground were, the majority of the supervisors basically were Chinese. They weren't African.
Yeah.
And it was the Chinese that were basically, I don't want to say like slave drivers, but, but they weren't empowering the African like the Ugandans who were working on the projects to actually do the work. It was basically run by the Chinese. So those were issues that people on the ground were telling me that they had an issue with.
Yeah.
So yes, they're nicer in terms of, I don't even want to say equitable, but like they're willing to have these kind of conversations in terms of, foreign infrastructure, like somewhat a little more, I guess you could say equitable in some ways.
Yeah.
But but as I say, it's very mixed depending on the country. Like
Right.
for some African countries, if they have more resources, it can be a huge benefit to them versus if they don't, that they may have to take out loans that they're going to be paying off, for however long. And then obviously who reaps the majority of the benefits? China. But at least with Israel and the West, is a lot more exploitive in terms of what we see here. And what was mentioned in the article is that the people who are working are poor and they're not getting, they're not reaping the benefits of what they're producing.
Well, you got a little bit more, I think, right?
Yeah, I have I think I have a couple more. Yeah, two more, and then we do have a quick clip. The narratives of Dan Girdlier in the Congo and Benny Steinmetz in Guinea encapsulate in a broader theme of exploitation and corruption in African resource-rich nations, intricately linked with Israeli business activities. The entry of Israel diamond businesses into the DRC in 1997, closely followed by the country's descent into turmoil by 1998, highlights a disturbing correlation between foreign economic interests and regional instability. These cases underscore the urgent need for greater transparency, accountability, and ethical practices in international business, particularly in the mining sector. As we confront these realities, it becomes imperative to champion a paradigm shift towards justice and equity in resource management. The exploitation of African resources, often at the cost of local communities and national development, demands a collective call to action. The path forward requires a steadfast commitment to ensuring that natural wealth translates into tangible benefits for those who live on these lands, and not just profits for distant stakeholders. It's time for the global community to reevaluate and reflect how we engage with the world's resources, prioritizing fairness, responsibility, and the dignity of all communities.
Yeah.
And
I think that's it.
Sasabi, Sasabi brought a clip very quick, is about under 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Where she says, so this is an example, not diamonds. but she mentions child slaves working in cobalt mines in the Congo, while the West reaps the benefits of their labor. So, so you see how packed it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the sand mines of Nigeria, or
right.
Yeah, I mean, like quite a few folk.
Right.
Tearing holes in the earth. Welcome to mining. But this is standard across Africa too. Like, you know, you look at the sand mines, they're just as packed with children, you know, so, but, yep. So, standard stuff, I feel like, unfortunately.
Yeah. Just some part. I feel like we talk about this ad nauseum. I feel like I'm constantly repeating these talking points almost every week, but yeah, it's just more example of, you know, how you just are, and we have to think in terms of even in a social dem environment, where at least, you know, if you look at like Sweden or Denmark, any of these countries, you might have a lot more progressive policies, but you have to think about, okay, how are they able to have these policies? More often than not, it's at the expense of people in the global south. So, you know, so we have to think about that too, in terms of the ideology that even, you know, certain progressives have, and how that also ties back to the exploitation and destruction of what's happening in Africa in particular, in terms of rummaging their natural resources and then not giving the local communities anything essentially to live.
Right. Well, this is what happens when you do your own research and read the articles, you know?
Well, looks like we got ourselves a reader.
Yep. We got 2 readers, in fact. But yeah, let us know what you think. You know, leave a comment, like and subscribe even. You know where those buttons are. They're right down there. Help that subscribe number go up. We're trying to get to 2K. Let us know in the comments what number you got.
Who are these people?
What's up, fam? Welcome to another episode of INN News with me, of course, Reef Breland. My co-host, as always, Collin Radix-Carter, aka Care Bear. Care Bear, we have a special guest today. It's always nice to bring guests on. This week, Eva Bartlett. If you don't know who she is, where have you been, first of all? But independent journalist, comprehensive reporting on the ground, and I mean Palestine, Syria, Donbass, Venezuela, just to name a few. Multiple accolades and awards, including International Journalism Award for International Reporting from the Mexican Journalist Press Club, alongside legends like Pilger, we talked about before, political analyst Thierry Mason. She's earned a Sharina Shim Award among renowned truth tellers such as Assange, Alina Lip, Vanessa Beeley, and Kevork Almassian. She's also an Indie Media Award honoree for her on-the-ground reporting I've already mentioned above. So without further ado, Eva Bartlett. I'm gonna try not to make a Disney reference, you know, but might as well while we're here. Anyway, Eva, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, but I'm puzzled by the Disney reference.
WALL-E.
Someone's never watched WALL-E.
WALL-E.
Yep. Yep. Anyway, how are you doing? Doing well, I hope.
I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah. Doing well.
Well, Collin, I think you've got our first question, correct?
Yeah, so we don't have too much time with you, but we really appreciate your willingness to come on. So we'll get into it now. Um, Over the last couple of weeks, we've featured your experiences in Gaza, which I think our audience has enjoyed. And actually, those clips have been doing very well for us on YouTube, which I think is great. And having you come on so you can kind of build that out a little bit more for our audience. But we have recently covered your experiences in Palestine on the show. Tell our audience what brought you to reporting on the Middle East and in turn your time in occupied Palestine and Syria.
Yeah, well, thank you both. And thank you so much for reading through my articles, part 1 and part 2, from Occupied Palestine. I really appreciate that. Gosh, I'll try to keep it not so long-winded, but basically I went from being 100% politically ignorant,
right.
Throughout my university years, to while I was living in South Korea, teaching English, paying off my university debts. In my second year there, having internet in my apartment, and after having done extensive traveling just for the sake of traveling through Southeast Asia, after my first year in Korea, I returned there, and I had to work again, obviously, to just earn some money. But I had a thirst finally for information for news. I mean, obviously, I was always interested in various things. I was a classical pianist in university. I love languages, but I was not interested in politics. And I think that's been a blessing to me, because I wasn't indoctrinated as much as I could have been by, Canadian schooling and Canadian so-called news media. Instead, I just kind of was away from all of that. And so when I approached things, it was more like I didn't have any knowledge, so I was really interested to understand. And so in that second year in South Korea, I started, I mean, this is in the 2000s, dating myself here. But at that time, in the early 2000s, they were still talking about the Second Intifada, right? And I knew nothing about Palestine, nothing at all about the history, about the ethnic cleansing, about the Nakba, nothing. And so it hit me very strongly what I was seeing. And so every day I'd be listening to particular news. I won't say who, but well, I've said it before, but I don't want to endorse them because they're crap now. But at the time, they were reporting on Palestine. So I just was appalled how this occupied Palestine, all the things we know about how Palestinians live under oppressive Israeli rule. I didn't understand how this could be happening. I was that naive. And as I consumed more news and tried to educate myself, I decided, well, the best way is just to go there. Now, I didn't get a chance to do that until some years later. In 2007, I went to the West Bank. I traveled to Jordan. I crossed the Allenbean Bridge. I did it on my own. I wanted to be sure I could say, like, I paid for it on my own. I went on my own. And then I did eventually join the ISM, the International Solidarity Movement. And in doing so, throughout the next 8 months I spent in the West Bank, I saw some of the worst oppression that Palestinians endure on a daily basis. And when you see that kind of thing, it really affects you, obviously, because, I think we all have fairly safe, somewhat comfortable lives. And then you see even just the injustice of Palestinians being made to wait in these long lines at the dehumanizing checkpoints. I mean, even just that. And those can be fatal because if you're in need of medical care and they're not allowing you through, then people die at checkpoints. But even that is just already bad enough. But then I was to see Israeli invasions of Nablus, Israeli invasions of towns near Nablus, and take testimonies from Palestinians whose children had been abducted, or one teenager who was shot in the abdomen and lost his spleen. All these things that I was seeing. Yeah, it was before I went to Gaza, but it was for somebody who grew up in a very safe Ontario, mostly environment, and I'd never seen anything like that. It was very, it had a huge impression on me. And I mean, again, through those 8 months, I saw kind of like almost every aspect of what life is like for Palestinians under occupation, For example, the very violent attacks of the illegal Jewish colonists that are enabled by the Israeli army and police. I saw that firsthand, the theft of Palestinian land. I saw that in Susia, which is south of Hebron or Khalil. I saw how Palestinians just trying to do the very basics, like harvesting their olives, were prevented by the Israeli legal mechanism, and then the Israeli army, and then the illegal Jewish colonists who would attack them, including when I was with Palestinians. So, I saw, I think pretty much every aspect that Palestinians tried to protest peacefully the Israeli theft of their land, and being met with a barrage of tear gas canisters, high velocity tear gas canisters, which if fired at the body can kill, as they have, or rubber bullets or live ammunition. I saw that repeatedly in Belaine and some other villages. And so, like I said, it had a profound impact on me, like it does, I think, pretty much anyone who goes and sees even a glimpse of that. And so after that point, I was eventually deported from the West Bank by the Israelis. And I'd already decided I wanted to go to Gaza, and I had tried to. I had an internship with the Palestinian Center for Human Rights, but there's no way for me to go from the West Bank through Israel, through the Erez crossing and into Gaza. They wouldn't allow me. Right. And then I was deported. And I had met some of the original organizers of the Free Gaza movement. I'd met them when I think it was when I was in Hebron or Khalil. And so I contacted them and said, I'd like to go to Gaza. Can I join your movement? This is after spending 3 or 4 months in Egypt trying to cross in via Rafah, but I had no means of doing so. I was just trying. And they said, yes, you can join us. So I did join the third boat that went in November 2008. Then we made it to Gaza. I don't know how any of the 5 missions that went to Gaza made it, but we did, even though there was an Israeli gunboat flanking us to the north about a kilometer off. Because as you know, in subsequent years, I think 2 years later in 2010, the massive Mavi Marmara flotilla was attacked savagely by the Israeli army. And now I'm sorry, I forget the number of people, 9 or 11 people were killed. And so our boats somehow got to Gaza. And so I stayed there for another 1.5 years after arriving. The 2008-9 war began on a horrific war. Of course, nothing that compares to today, but at the time it was horrific. And we started volunteering with the Palestinian medics, with the Hilal Ahmar, which is the Palestinian Red Crescent, and going, I was in the north in Beit Lahia, Beit Hanun, Jabalia, and Gaza City when I wasn't with the medics, trying urgently to write up the reports of what we were seeing. Anyway, fast forward, I did leave in mid-2010 via Rafah, and then I came back a year later and stayed for another 1.5 years. So in that time, another Israeli war in 2012. But aside from that, I think because we all now know what Israeli genocide looks like, but a lot of what I was seeing that isn't still very widely broadcast are the just endless Israeli policies designed to make life unlivable, even when they're not outright bombing Gaza. So, for example, obviously, the brutal siege or blockade in Gaza, which was imposed in 2006 or 2007, severely limiting the entrance of goods, including necessary goods, necessary medicines, fertilizers, livestock, as you know from my article.
Well, this is when they
but
started
also prohibiting the
calorie counting, right, for Palestinians?
Yes. Yeah, so Amira Haas is an excellent Israeli journalist. She wrote about that, and she highlighted how they calculated the amount of food aid that was necessary just to sustain life, and they cut the amount of trucks by now I think it was 1/3 or almost half. Like that's, and they specifically said, we're going to put the Palestinians on a diet, which is a really sadistic way of saying we're going to starve them.
Yes.
So that was 15 years prior to October 2023, right? So there's that. There's them gunning down farmers and fishers, so eradicating the Palestinians' ability to earn or catch their own food. There's the creating the conditions for the water to be contaminated and not allowing any sort of solution.
Yeah.
So all these policies, before our current situation of 11 months of Israeli genocide of Palestinians in Gaza, all these policies were designed to slowly kill them, if not kill them quickly.
Yeah.
So that's a very, detailed answer of how I got involved, how I began reporting from the Middle East, from Palestine. But then if you want, we can continue like Syria and elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, just as a follow-up to that, if you don't mind me asking me, how did your family feel about you going over there, especially at that, not as well known now, but the risk that you were kind of taking in wanting to be there and eventually making this your life's work now?
They were supportive. They didn't try to stop me, or they didn't say I shouldn't go. They were supportive. I guess, I mean, before I got political, I did a lot of traveling on my own as a, young single woman. So I guess, back in the day before internet was a real thing, I was traveling around and hitchhiking around. So I guess I already, I'm sorry, my parents, but I guess I'd put them through a lot of unnecessary worry about, where is she now? Last time we heard she was going to volunteer on a farm somewhere in Ireland. And anyway, but
Sounds
also
all right to me.
they, oh, it was brilliant. Ireland was my first love. I love that country. And I did hitchhike around the country numerous times and volunteered on organic farms and had amazing experiences. But yeah, I also put my parents through the stress of not knowing if I'd reached my destination and if it was a safe place or not. So, but they also, my parents they weren't very political. They were musicians. You can actually see a photo of them up there. I don't know if you can see it up there.
Yeah.
Right.
That's my mom and dad. They're classical musicians, and so
my people
they
love it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think at first they knew the basics about what I wanted to see, why I wanted to go to Palestine, but I don't know that they knew necessarily, how dangerous it is for Palestinians, or people who bear witness. But then when they did, they were still supportive. Obviously, they wanted me safe. My dad at one point said, it might be better if you stay in Canada and do things here. I'm sure people could use your help here, but
right.
That was him trying to keep me home and safe.
Well, speaking of, you're one of the only people I've read that have actually experienced what it's like inside Hamas tunnels, quote unquote, right? So, what are those like? What's it like to build them? What's it like? And please push back on any Israeli propaganda you want to in that, because there's plenty of it when in regards to the tunnels. So, yeah.
So I guess I'll preface it by saying I saw today, I don't know if the article is published on Press TV today, but I saw it today. And it was talking about 2 different Israelis that had been held by Hamas. And so they were talking about the tunnels and the depth of the tunnels. And so what I will say is I didn't see those tunnels, because they're talking about tunnels that were several hundred meters deep. And I didn't go that deep. I went into 2 different tunnels. Once the first time, first time it was journalistically to see, what the tunnel workers, what conditions they're in, because they are the poorest of the poor. They're working a hard, difficult, dangerous job because, the economy is screwed. So that tunnel, now how deep it was, I'm terrible at estimating space, but I was lowered down in a winch, in a like a harness in a winch. Right. They lowered me down. Not super deep, maybe, I don't know, 20, 30 meters deep. I might be wrong about that, but it took a little bit to get down. And I spent about an hour or so down there talking with the tunnel workers. And so in that tunnel, well, actually in both the tunnels I saw, the second was one I actually walked down into from Egypt into Gaza. And so it wasn't a deep drop. It was more like a narrow or shallow kind of descent. And it wasn't as low as the one I had gone to. But that first one, well, in both cases, basically what I saw, they were very narrow, the ones I was in. I know there are big ones, big enough, for cars, etc. I didn't see those. The ones I saw, they were very narrow, and I was warned to duck because there was wiring for the lighting and whatever other electrical purposes. And it was a thing that people could be electrocuted and had been electrocuted. So there was that. It was very claustrophobic feeling, because at the same time, there was the concern that because Israel would randomly bomb the tunnels, right? Because they wanted to eradicate them. So there was the concern that, you could be in the tunnel, it could be bombed. But I mean, when I went into the first tunnel, I forget what year it was, if it was 2009 or 10. And by that point, you know, we'd already gone through the 2008-9 Israeli war in Gaza. And by that point, you know, any fear was pretty much gone, because when you're faced with F-16s, Apaches, drones, warship, tank, every other kind of shelling and sniping, and you come out of that, then you kind of develop a sense, not of fearlessness, but just like you've just been through the worst. So being in a tunnel that could be bombed is kind of lower down on the fear scale.
Right.
But for the Palestinians that work in them, I felt for them, because I don't know how much they were earning. I don't remember. I don't think it was very much. And it was very hot, even though it was down quite a ways. It was very hot, claustrophobic work. And they always face the risk of Israel bombing them or them being electrocuted. But in terms of what I saw coming through, I don't remember all of the things, but I remember vegetables like tomatoes and I don't know what else, other vegetables coming through. I remember maybe it was both of them. I think in both of them, I also saw just normal civilians going through, because that was the only way they could get in and out of Gaza. But
Right.
then I don't know how they managed in Egypt, because if they were stopped, and unfortunately, you know, this is not against the Egyptian people, because they're good Egyptian people that are in solidarity with Palestinians, but the Egyptian government and army were very cruel to Palestinians. So I don't know how people who got out through the tunnels, for example, in mid-2010, I left Gaza through the Rafah crossing with a Palestinian, and I had my American passport. I think my Canadian was expired. He had a Palestinian Huia. Maybe I guess he had a passport by that point because he was traveling. And he couldn't just walk freely into Egypt. We were put on a bus that was militarily escorted to Cairo airport. Then everybody on the bus was taken to a hallway, not in your normal like airport scene, but some quiet hallway where they weren't given food or water or anything. I was able to exit because of my American passport. So I went out and got food and came back in, brought it in for people, but they weren't able to. And then we were taken down to a very small storage room underground and held there. And some people have been there for several days, some people for a week. And they were basically all the undesirables, not only Palestinians, but people from North Africa as well. I mean, okay, how long were we there for? Half a day, maybe? For me, I knew we would get out, but, you know, I can't imagine how horrific it felt for the people that they had legitimate travel plans. They had plane tickets, but they were being held down there by the Egyptian government because they were undesirables. And, you know, it was a filthy room. Filthy. There's a washroom, but it was filthy. And, you know, these are people who are devout Muslims and would like to wash and clean themselves before prayer. Like, well, anybody wants to clean themselves, but it's very important to them. So, I mean, that's an aside, but that's just to say, like, that the treatment Palestinians, particularly from Gaza, get, it's just Egypt is complicit with Israel in enforcing the blockade and also in dehumanizing Palestinians. But anyway, that's a segue from your question about the tunnels.
No, I love every bit of it. So I have this tweet from Sam Husseini that reads, "The whole ceasefire thing was a scam to stop the UNSC from implementing the ICJ orders from May." We here at INN have definitely been frustrated, to say the least, at like people aiming for a ceasefire as the end goal in Palestine, right? Like, what is your opinion of this blanket call? Like, and do you think there's a better demand? Like,
well, in a dream world, it would be the end of Israel. That would be my demand. But
right.
Sorry, but come on.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and Sam Husseini, bless him, he wrote that good article about the vaccine campaign. So that's kind of, I mean, you're referring to an earlier article, but there's a shared point there in that, like, yeah, a ceasefire is not enough. And a ceasefire in order to allow polio vaccines, the oral administrated polio vaccines,
Right.
which have a track record of being disastrous and dangerous and harmful, that's not enough. Like, gosh, it's hard to say because, as you both know, there's no international body. Okay, the ICC had its ruling, although it wasn't really strong enough, but there's no international body that's gonna prevent Israel from continuing to commit its genocide. In an ideal world, the whole war stops, food and water are brought and medicines are brought into Gaza immediately. People who need treatment abroad or outside of Gaza are allowed to exit and get that treatment. That's the ideal. Just a ceasefire, no. Because also, we know from past years, including, excuse me, including when I lived in Gaza, ceasefires are meaningless. Israel doesn't adhere to them.
Right.
I saw that in 2009 and 2012. It's supposed to be a ceasefire, and Israel goes on killing, and we've seen it already in this particular genocide, in this ongoing genocide of Gaza. So a ceasefire, I agree with you, is not enough. However, how to actually force Israel to stop? Well, that's where the axis of resistance, including Hezbollah, including Palestinian resistance, obviously including Yemen and other regional resistance. We need to be supporting them, and I'm sure you are. But instead of just calling for a ceasefire, support the resistance, like Yemen. Thank God for Yemen.
Right.
Look what they take hits for it too.
Yeah.
It's not like they're actually putting themselves on the line, but they're doing it because it's not just virtue signaling. They're actually doing something tangible to affect Israel, its economy, and hopefully to bring an end to Israel's brutal war on Gaza.
Well, I think it leads us right into our next question, right? So, UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese, right? I am starting to think with horror that if it's not stopped, Israel's assault can end up exterminating almost the entire population in Gaza over the next couple of years. What do you see in the future here? Like, where do you see this genocide? Is there a way to stop it? What's your timeline there?
I'm sorry for looking at my phone. I wanted to get a quote. So first of all, I applaud Francesca for speaking out so strongly and honestly. I mean, I haven't been following her, so I'm not aware of all her stances, but at least, in this regard. I guess back to what I was just saying about resistance, like, because UN hand-wringing is not going to end the genocide, like Israel doesn't know the language of law or international law, and international law doesn't even matter anyway, does it?
Right.
It doesn't matter when it came to Syria or Libya or Iraq. So it's really like, I know states and leadership strive to say we're adhering to international law, but when the West absolutely never will, nor will Israel, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In which case, then the only thing that will end it is the resistance. But also, this is the quote I was looking for, and I'm sure you're already aware of it, but so I'm just quoting an article I wrote, which was published on September 9th. So
this one right here.
2 weeks prior.
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I will say that's not my title. I don't mind so much that was the title the editor chose.
Yeah.
And I understand why, because it's a way of drawing people in, right? Because obviously it's not just a war. But anyway, near the end of that article, I quoted retired Israeli General Yitzhak Brik, who said, Israel's sinking deeper into the Gazan mud, losing more and more soldiers as they get wounded or killed or wounded, without any chance of achieving the war's main goal. Well, I mean, we know the war's main goal is not bringing down Hamas. Israel knows it couldn't. The war's main goal is genociding Gaza and Palestinians in Gaza. Anyway, he says that the war's main goal, bringing down Hamas, the country is galloping toward the edge of an abyss. If the war of attrition against Hamas, that's weird. Anyway, he says Israel will collapse within no more than a year if it continues its war.
Yeah, galloping
the reason I balked
towards the edge of an abyss, right?
Yeah, the reason I balked there, because it said if the war, I don't know why I didn't notice this before, because he said if the war of attrition against Hamas and Hezbollah continues, but it's actually the opposite, isn't it? It's they've taken losses, but they're extremely well equipped, and they have a vast a support base and vast, and I don't know the exact numbers of resistance fighters in each group. Plus, there's also Islamic Jihad and other Palestinian resistance. But so the war of attrition really is against Israel, right? So that's why I balked. I didn't notice that before. But anyway, there's that. Like, and he's not the only one. Other people talk about the economic hits Israel is taking with all its illegal colonists fleeing the northern areas and other Israelis fleeing. So there's that as well.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, Palestinians, particularly in Gaza, but also like throughout occupied Palestine, are incredibly resilient, and they've learned how to make do with the bare minimum. And that's not something Israelis can do. They've had this privilege of having a very privileged existence. I mean, this is a minor example, but back to 2007 in the West Bank, I remember for a couple of weeks I was staying in Hebron with other activists, and at one point there was just no water, and the reason was Israel had turned off the tap. Basically, they cut the water supply to.
Right.
I can't remember. I don't remember now if it was all of the West Bank or just. I don't mean that, or Hebron. But the point being, they turned off the tap. They deemed that Palestinians had used their allotted amount for that quarter or something like that. And yet you go past one of these illegal Jewish colonies, and they have sprinklers on and swimming pools. You know, they have no problem with water, whereas Palestinians can't bathe their kids or flush their toilets, or et cetera, et cetera. So that's a minor point, but just to highlight that really, I would say most Israelis, there might be some exceptions, like Israelis who have a conscience and that are go to Ramallah, go to Belaine and stand in solidarity with Palestinians. There are Israelis who do that, or refuseniks. But aside from that, the vast majority of Israelis just live a very comfortable, privileged life. So, you know, when they start feeling the impact of Hezbollah attacks and other resistance attacks, they flee, then there's the economical failure of Israel as well.
Well, it's interesting you say that, and they have that option to leave, and Palestinians can't. So, so I want to switch up this question a little bit, since you kind of mentioned it earlier, but you mentioned that you were involved with the International Solidarity Movement, where they got some news net last week in apparent with the martyring of Aysenur AG. Those in the audience who might not know, she was the American of Turkish descent who was martyred by the IOF. Can you talk a little bit more about the organization itself, and what do you believe happened to her? Because now Israel is saying, oh, it was an accident, like it was an accident.
Part of a riot, that nonsense.
Part of a riot. But, you know, especially given what you just shared in terms of your experience, like, because people are saying online, why take the risk of going over there? So if you can kind of speak to that in terms of the organization itself, and what do you believe happened to this woman?
Thank you. Well, I just want to address the riot claim. So let's remember, when was it? In February, the flour massacre in Gaza? Wherein the Israeli army gunned down Palestinians, both aid workers distributing flour and Palestinians lined up, just as I think west of Gaza City, just on the perimeter. And it was like 5 in the morning or something like that. And the Israeli army gunned them down and later said, oh, there was a riot, we were defending ourselves. You know, so that's what popped to mind, you know, just when you mentioned that, which is obviously just garbage, just lies and propaganda, again, from the Israeli military, or whomever said that. But so why would somebody go there? Because they have a sense of integrity. They have a sense that what Palestinians are facing and have been facing for 7 decades plus is slow ethnic cleansing, is severe oppression, is apartheid. And the people that go there most would know that the media is never going to report honestly. So I think it's, I don't know, every person has a different reason, but I think it's multifaceted, wanting to see for yourself so that you can then say, I've seen this. Like, I don't care what Guardian or BBC are saying, I've seen this. That's one reason. Also wanting to let Palestinians know, as isolated as they feel because of the media and Western politicians, and Israel, of course, as isolated as they feel, to let them know, no, there are many, many people that care about your situation and want to stand with you and do something to change it. So there are many reasons people go. As I said earlier, I went because I felt I needed to see for myself. And then I went to Gaza with and joined ISM because I understood how awful the situation was in Gaza and the need to break through the media blockade. But in terms of now, I don't remember where this young woman was killed. It was a village I wasn't
I
familiar
think it
with.
was Nablus, I believe.
Oh, well, it was must have been outside of Nablus, like in yeah, okay, because I definitely know Nablus and villages around there, but I would say not having actually, I'm sorry that I haven't, I've just been a little bit busy, not actually having reviewed, what video or articles there have been published on her murder by the Israeli army. It's well established that the Israeli army does this. I mean, go back to the 2000s and an Israeli soldier driving twice over Rachel Corrie with a bulldozer, seeing her in her fluorescent jacket. They tried to claim later he didn't see her, but other activists were filming and they're screaming at him, and they said he looked at her and he drove over her and backed up. There are other, not only activists, but now I won't remember all their names, but like journalists that have been sniped by Israel and killed. Tom Herndal back in the day, also in the 2000s. Anyway, I'm sorry that I don't remember everyone's names, but yeah, Shireen Abu Akleh, in Jenin.
Antiwar.com saying that was in Beta, right? That's where the West Bank village, right? That's where that happened specifically.
Okay.
And I think they talked about that it was like happened after whatever riot claimed happened, like 2 to 3 hours after that she was shot, hiding essentially. So yeah.
So how is that a response to how is that a response logically? How is that a response to a riot if 2 or 3 hours after the so-called riot and she's hiding and the Israeli army shoots her? How is that a response to a so-called riot? Like, that's just not even logical.
It leads me to my next question, which is like,
well, I'll just
please go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, my experience with protests was largely in Beeley, but also a couple other places. But I'm speaking of the West Bank and Gaza, many experiences. And again, the Israeli army doesn't even start with tear gas canisters or rubber bullets. They fire live ammunition directly in Gaza. But my experience largely was in Beeley, and what I saw marching many, many times with Palestinians, and like the entire village came out. You had children, you had elderly. And I know how the Israelis would frame that. Oh, look at them putting their children at risk. Well, they shouldn't be at risk because they were marching peacefully.
Yeah, where are they not at risk right now?
But what are they protesting? Exactly. But they're protesting the theft of, at that point, it was 60% of their land, right? So what I would see, and I usually walked with, at the front because I wanted to see what would happen, like how things played out, rather. The Israeli army would put razor wire across the road, and then sometimes the Palestinians would reach that razor wire and move it. Other times they didn't get near it, and the Israelis started firing tear gas canisters and rubber bullets. And so that's what I saw many, many, many times in Beeley. And so it would later be framed like we're hearing now, like riots, but it wasn't the case. It was a peaceful demonstration. So again, I wasn't at this one, obviously, where this young woman was killed, but I can imagine it's the same scenario, that it was another peaceful demonstration highlighting the issue of the theft of land in that area. And they were met with the same brutal repression that the Israeli army does so well.
Well, I wanted to ask, we've seen Israel lie time and time and time again. How many times do they have to outright lie before the West actually sees everything they say as lies? Like, do you think that will happen?
I think the West knows, and they choose to enable it because Israel serves, various agendas. For example, destabilizing the region, whether it's bombing Syria, bombing Lebanon, bombing obviously Gaza. The West, in terms of the leadership, no, and the media are just the lackeys of the leadership.
Right.
The Western public, I think, well, I suppose it just depends on their leanings. Do they have a pro-Zionist leaning because of their religious beliefs? Are they just consumers of CNN and aren't really seeing what's going on, for example, not only in Gaza, but in the West Bank as well? But I think that because the last 11 months, the Israeli genocide of Palestinians in Gaza has been live streamed 24/7.
Yeah.
I think that's had a major impact. Maybe you two can speak to that because you're based in the US, right? So
Right.
have you have any personal examples, for example, of people who were ambivalent before and now are like, I can't believe that this is going on, like actually pissed off about it? Yeah.
It's tough, but yeah, I mean, through the suppression that we've had, we've definitely noticed a bit people who weren't aware before. I also think it's one of those issues that people have been on top of for a while. I mean, this goes back for decades now, like Muhammad Ali was bringing it up, in the 60s. So and it was happening well before then. It's hard to tell for us,
Right. Well, I think for me, I'm in the DC area, so I'm basically in the liberal hub of the United States.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I see it in terms of this is how I more commonly see it. I think people understand and are horrified by it, but at the same time, it's the idea of the electoral talking point of,
right.
We definitely don't want this to continue happening. That being said, we have to continue to vote within the duopoly. Otherwise, the other guy is just going to make it worse. And so they're trying to put themselves in a pretzel, trying to justify the fact that we're ready to drop Biden over the issue, but they're willing to,
right,
entertain Kamala Harris over the same issue, which I'm kind of like the dissonance in that. It's just kind of like,
what are we doing?
Don't quite get it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of more or less the two-sidedness that I don't like. If you understand it, then you should be willing to walk away.
And even if they
really do something for the
even if they've heard a bit about it, it's like, the solutions to which are two-state, which has been nonsense, or
right,
or they compartmentalize everything. It's just frustrating to say the least. I live in the other aspect of the political spectrum here in Florida, right, where they really don't care, right? And if they do, it's standard Bush terrorism talking points from a decade ago, brown people in huts are somehow our greatest threat. It's just sad to some degree, but luckily we've had some compatriots we get to deal with, and we get to bring people like you on. So always helpful to get that perspective. But yeah, I was just curious. We've talked about that kind of stuff, and it seems like not much has been moving in that regard. We cover the ICJ stuff extensively, and there's no Western leader that ends up at The Hague. So unfortunately, and we have to fight the electoral nonsense all the time. You're not voting out the powers at be right now. So yeah.
So Eva, just what do you think will happen in the next few years in the region if the West continues to placate to Israel?
Well, I mean, I really like, quite frankly, the notion that Israel has brought about its own demise, and that it doesn't really matter if the West tries to placate Israel, that it won't be possible because Israel won't exist. This is not, obviously, I hate that I have to give this disclaimer or whatever, this caveat. This is not a call to kill Israelis. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm glad that, I'm sorry, one of you mentioned the two-state solution is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
I basically say especially for Black people, if you didn't like Jim Crow, you should be against that, because that's essentially what it is.
Yeah.
But more importantly, it's like we're hearing that talking point from Western leaders. You're not asking Palestinians what they want.
Right.
What do they want their liberation to look like? And that's kind of the focus that we're trying to get people to get to. Don't listen to what media tells you.
Yeah.
Or the talking points that media tells you. Especially Bibi has been against a two-state solution forever. So how can Kamala say we're looking for a two-state solution when Netanyahu's clearly said that's a non-starter for him? So, but that's what people are voting for and not necessarily thinking about. So,
Yeah.
but I think, but that's why we ask that question is between all of that of what we see here, but what you see over there, and you understand the oppression that Palestinians are going through. Like, so I think for us in our audience, we do see it as a sense of urgency. So kind of going along with that, what can we do here, in your opinion, to ensure the liberation of Palestinians?
Well, I mean, it's a hard question because, like we were saying earlier, in my opinion, it does boil down to supporting the resistance and really hammering home that their act of resistance is legal. I mean, we're constantly being told, you know, by Western media, Russia did this, Syria did that, and it's always actually not true. But they'll cite some sort of international law or something. But the right for Palestinians to resist their occupation is absolutely legal. So I think a lot of people, I think it's very important to keep reframing the narrative. The lexicon is very important. So, you know, obviously the use of the word terrorist to refer to resistance is absolutely incorrect. And by the way, I do often make this point, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating it, but isn't it ironic how the West fomented the war on Syria, armed Al-Qaeda, armed the original Free Syrian Army, armed all the different terrorist factions, enabled them to commit heinous acts of terrorism against Syrian civilians from the very beginning, from 2011, very early on, and yet continued to call them rebels and support their right to resist the so-called evil regime, right? So you have literal Al-Qaeda and affiliated terrorists that the West lauds as rebels and says they have the right to be armed, they have the right to commit the atrocities they've committed, and they blame the Syrian government. But then you have Palestinian resistance groups that are literally fighting for their lives, for the lives of Palestinians, and the West uses all the obnoxious lexicon against them. So I think for the average person that doesn't have time to consume media as we do, there is obviously a lot of deliberate confusion. So I do think it's important to reach people and allow them to understand, number one, resistance are not terrorists. Number two, they have the legal internationally under an international law legal right to resist. And then I think that just, well, you know, constantly checking as in correcting the media narratives. For example, again, we'll use Russia or Syria as an example. If the New York Times or the BBC or CNN or whomever, one of these rags was to report on alleged crime done by the Syrian government or by Russia, for example, they would be very clear who committed such alleged crime. Although in most, if not almost all, if not all cases, the alleged crimes they report are fabrications or I can't say that word today. Obfuscation, yeah, of what the terrorists actually did. But when it comes to reporting on Israel, their war crimes, their genocidal crimes in Gaza, they'll remove the perpetrator. They'll just say Palestinians died. Oh, how mysterious. So I think it's also important to constantly, either in our own media work, or simply on Twitter, X thingy, or in conversations with people, making it clear, like, the media are removing the perpetrator. Israel is removed. So it's not being hammered home. This Palestinian child had his head blown off by an Israeli bomb supplied by the West. It's just like, oh, the child mysteriously died amongst a bunch of tents for some reason, you know? So it's very important to keep correcting that narrative. Yeah, so, but I don't know. I mean, I also am not naive. Like, we know that the number of Palestinians who've been murdered by Israel since 11 months ago is far, far higher than the numbers that we're hearing reported. There are numerous people that have spoken out about that. The Lancet, Dr. Mads Gilbert. Dr. Mads Gilbert, his estimate is horrific because it puts it up to nearly 500,000 or over 500,000.
Right.
Including people who will die from the conditions Israel's created, which is why I always do go back to my experiences, because I want to point out, like, these are not new conditions. Okay, some of the conditions now in Gaza are new in terms of like certain diseases that are spreading, skin diseases or whatever, but the overall conditions of destroying the water and all the infrastructure and creating, that sort of food-borne illnesses like anemia or diabetes or et cetera, stunted growth in children.
Well,
that's
we talked about
old. That's all.
Vanessa Beeley's reporting from Ilan Pap about typhoid being put in water, and it's just like, war crimes for decades practically. So, but
I've talked, because I've spent significant time in sub-Saharan Africa, and having experienced visiting Rwanda and seeing the after effects of their genocide there, and how the West essentially turned a blind eye to that until they couldn't anymore. By then, almost 1 million Rwandans died. So I kind of wonder, like, what is the number that becomes very indefensible for the West to actually turn to Palestine and say, okay, we actually have to do something now. So yeah, I do agree that they are misnumbering the deaths on purpose, because they don't want people to feel that kind of connection that, oh, that's a lot. But we had that same, but 9/11 just passed, 3,000 people died there, and that relatively was less enough, but people felt an attachment to that.
To take more than eye for eye.
For me,
And also in Syria, if you recall, like, there was, every time an area was going to be liberated, first it was Aleppo, well, there was Homs before that, etc. But for example, 2016, throughout 2016, the war propaganda was off the charts regarding Aleppo. Last doctor, last hospital, last cat, last clown, last whatever, right? And also, like, just totally whitewashing the crimes of the terrorist groups against the Syrian civilians in Aleppo. But it's the same in Eastern Ghouta, etc. But what I noticed too was that the UN, of course, was going along with it. So, for example, when they talk about Aleppo under siege or East Ghouta under siege, they'd inflate the numbers by double or triple. So when Aleppo was finally liberated, now I don't remember the number. I'm just making an example because I don't actually remember the number at this point. It's a while back now. But I believe the UN was saying 300,000 Syrians, civilians trapped in eastern Aleppo, for example. And when Aleppo was liberated and the terrorists, people who wanted to stayed, people who wanted to leave were given safe passage to Idlib, the number was around 100,000 that were there. So hugely inflated. They did the same thing in Eastern Ghouta. So whereas they're downplaying the number of Palestinians slaughtered or starved by Israel, they would inflate the number of civilians, which they would attribute the blame to the Syrian government, when in the end, actually, in every single case, the reason they were starving in Aleppo or Eastern Ghouta or Madaya or Luar, et cetera, was because the terrorists were taking the food that did enter, and then they weren't giving it to the civilians. So anyway, this is just to highlight the point of how numbers are played with, depending on what the narrative is.
Well, I leads us into our last question. As commentators, we talk about plenty that, the powers that be don't want us to. We're demonetized on YouTube, heavily suppressed, as I'm sure you probably are aware. What advice do you have for people looking to get into journalism to push back on the establishment, and how do you deal with that suppression?
I guess my first advice would be don't go on YouTube. I learned the hard way. I mean, my channel was deleted, and then a second tiny channel I was using just to redirect people to Odyssey and Rumble, it was deleted. So I'm like, okay, I'm done with YouTube. So,
Right.
but I don't know. It's really hard because on X, which is supposed to be Elon's free speech platform, it clearly
Twitter.
is not.
Yeah.
I have like 230,000 almost, just a couple hundred, whatever underneath. I don't know. And people don't see what I post and whatever. Like I spend more time on Telegram and writing articles, but the suppression, I mean, they have suppression, sorry, they have control over these platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. So my advice would be, I mean, there's ways people can work around it by not saying keywords, trying to avoid the algorithms or whatever. But on the other hand, I don't know. It's a hard question because ultimately your day will come on those platforms and all your hard work, if you haven't backed it up, will be gone.
Yep.
But at the same time, it's like we feel like we have to fight on there because otherwise it's left to the hyenas. But then we're being oppressed anyway, and nobody's really seeing our work. So I think if it comes down to your time, how much time you can devote, I wouldn't devote all your time to these platforms. Make a presence on there if you feel the need to be. I mean, I'm still on there, so I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I'm still on Twitter and Facebook, etc. But it's not where I devote all my effort and time. And what else? Back up your work, of course. Now I'm not a tech person. You guys are probably much more than I. For example, have a website, a server, whatever that is not going to destroy your work. Like that's one concern. I keep wanting to build an actual website instead of my old blog. But my concern is, well, I don't know who to trust. I don't know which platform to trust. What if I invest all this time into this platform and it turns out it's also owned by the same people that own YouTube and all that, and all my effort is just gone, and
we're seeing that with Rumble and Rockfin and stuff. It's all connected to PayPal Mafia and things like that. We're there, because it's one of the few places that doesn't take down our work. But, I mean, feel free to go read Whitney Webb, people, and see how that's going to work out. But, yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating. I'm sure you're aware. Same thing on Twitter. Same thing almost everywhere, So... I mean, Telegram's been attacked too, right? So, but yeah, we just wanted to get your thoughts on that. We know that's frustrating. So, Collin, anything else before we head out of here?
No, I think that's it. I think we got through everything other than where can people find you?
So my blog, and I'm always point out I'm not a blogger now. I was a decade and a half ago, but I just use it as a website. It is ingaza.wordpress.com. My Telegram is Eva Bartlett Reality Theories, so that's a pushback against being called a conspiracy theorist. And I believe Eva K. Bartlett on Twitter. And I'm not I'm not on all the platforms. I do have Instagram, but it's not a big deal. I do have Facebook, but also censorship is so ridiculous. I'm on Odyssey and Rumble, and probably will eventually get onto some other video platform, but
you on Substack
I can't
yet?
do everything at once. So I am, but I haven't done anything with it. So that's on me. I've got to get productive there because from what Vanessa says and other people, it's a good platform. So I am on Subscribestar, but it's I probably will, and I'm on Patreon as well, but the ones I've already mentioned are the most important. None of my platform, the only monetized platform I'm aware of. I mean, I don't know how Rumble and Odyssey work. The only ones I have are Subscribestar, but I stopped being active there, and Patreon. So my YouTube was never monetized. I was just using it to get word out. So the loss of my YouTube wasn't an issue of finances; it was an issue of my work being gone. But whatever.
Hopefully that changes at some point. But we'll put your link tree down in the description below, so people can find you. Anything else? I think that's it, right? We should definitely have you on again. You've done work in practically all the fields we look into, so you'll hear from us again, I'm sure.
Oh,
But
thank you so much, both of you.
please, thank you. You've been at it way longer than us,
Thank
so
you.
we appreciate it. But anyway, I guess we'll head out of here. So, as always, kids, remember, labels are bad. Stay independent. Good night, fam.
We want to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand.
Who are these people?
Wait, I gotta have my mic on. Jeez, I do this every week, Collin. I just press 2 buttons, and things should work. This is how you know we're really independent. No, this is welcome to independent media, people. Cardboard and bubblegum is what we got here, so they can deal. But anyway, we have a lovely special guest. Anyway, she's if I don't think she needs an introduction, but if I actually went through her whole resume, it would take us a minute. But extensive work on Syria, extensive work on Palestine. I mean, you pick an issue, she's been on it. You can find her at Substack at what I think it's Beeley.substack.com, if I'm not mistaken. No?
Yeah, that's right.
Coming to a Substack newsletter near you.
But without further ado, Vanessa Beeley. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, guys. Lovely to be on with you.
Welcome from Damascus, I do believe. Hopefully your power and internet holds and it doesn't get bombed suddenly. That would be nice. But anyway, this is my co-host, Collin. Collin, who's with me as always. Say hi.
Nice to meet you, Vanessa.
So should we get straight into questions, Collin?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's find those. Here they are. So, Vanessa, for those who don't know you, you've done extensive work on what is happening in Syria. We recently read an article on CIA and MI6 involvement in infiltration of Palestine and Syria using coffee shops, WhatsApp groups, and other online orgs to cut out like IncoStrat. Can you speak on your experiences dealing with and documenting that?
You mean the organization IncoStrat is involved in the spying in Palestine?
One of many, right?
Surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of many. I mean, actually, it's a little bit weird because IncoStrat is pretty much now a bit of a shell company. It was established by Emma Lemessurier and Paul Tilley, from memory. I'm digging back in my hard drive now. Tilley was former British military intelligence, as was James Lemessurier, who established, of course, the famous CIA MI6 white helmets embedded with Al-Qaeda in Syria from 2013 onwards, producing the chemical weapon propaganda to vilify the Syrian government and to basically enable and sustain foreign intervention during the regime change war. And IncoStrat was established basically to run PR for the armed groups, the illegal armed groups inside Syria, which of course included one of the named groups that they were supposed to be providing this PR for was Jaish al-Islam, based predominantly in eastern Ghouta in Damascus, the eastern suburbs of Damascus, and who conducted some of the worst atrocities against Syrian civilians, particularly, of course, against non-compliant extremist Islamist ideologues. And that included the caging of Shia civilians, the massacre in 2013 in the industrial city of Adra to the north of Damascus. And so basically IncoStrat was responsible for presenting Jaish al-Islam as one of these freedom-loving, democratic promoting groups inside Syria trying to topple the bad dictator Bashar al-Assad. And then Emma Lemessurier basically then, I think it was in 2018, she became part of the management team at Mayday Rescue, which was a spin-off basically from the White Helmets to funnel the European, the US and the UK funds to the White Helmets. In other words, to give the government in the UK plausible deniability, because at that point, the image of the White Helmets was getting a little bit kind of tarnished, let's say, after they participated in a number of summary executions and beheadings and crimes again against Syrian civilians. And from there, basically, she again ran the regime change war PR, but from within Mayday Rescue. So Incastrat has a history of these kind of operations, but where it's interesting for me is Incastrat is effectively a bit of a shell company now, as I said, because the majority of the employees went on to a company called INN2, so In2, which is run by Paul Tilley, but is also staffed by many of the former employees of Incastrat. And Incastrat, the last time I looked, I think it's got less than 6 employees, but it's still received, and it's based in the US. It hasn't, to my knowledge, filed, a FARA foreign agent
relations
form. In the US, because I checked that about a year ago. And it's still receiving significant funding from the UK regime. And the really interesting thing is when I started to dig into this, because the UK government, for people to know, it produces every month a kind of spreadsheet of everyone it funds over £25,000. Now, funnily enough, when I started to really dig into Incastrat, guess what? They stopped publishing this spreadsheet. And when we chased them up for an answer as to why this, publicly available spreadsheet suddenly was no longer publicly available, we were told that they were working on the formatting and that effectively it's not going to be available ever again because we're not going to give you the information to basically shoot ourselves in the foot.
Right.
That's what it came down.
Similar stuff in Iran too, right? Color Revolution, very similar companies working in there, I believe.
Absolutely. It's an entire complex. We've just seen it in Venezuela. And the interesting thing, though, in Israel, I would say the British intelligence operations are probably way more active in Lebanon, especially right now with the threat of escalation between the Zionist entity and Hezbollah and the various resistance factions in the south of Lebanon. But we know, for example, that many of the same elements that were involved in the destabilization efforts in Syria have been involved for a long time in infiltrating Lebanese military, intelligence, security, government sectors in preparation, potentially, for this kind of escalation. We know that NATO troops are now embedded in Tripoli in the north of Lebanon, ostensibly to enable the evacuation of citizens. But we've heard these kind of stories quite a few times previously. Yeah. But in Israel itself, you've got the IOF, the Israeli, I always want to say offense forces, but the occupation forces, who have their own spy unit, the 8200 unit, from which has been spawned multiple surveillance and AI and cyber tech companies that are now kind of tentacling out into UK cyber surveillance and so on, health sectors, education sectors, and the same in the US. Oracle, for example, which is one of the biggest storage platforms, is a Zionist backed organization established by Unit 8200 former operatives 100% supportive of Israel. It doesn't employ anyone that doesn't support Israel and gets rid of anyone that doesn't. And that's an organization which is effectively mining your personal data.
Yep.
You know,
One of many now.
Certainly in the UK, but I think also in the US.
Yeah. Connected to Twitter, plus just the general AI military industrial wing that's now trying things out. Palestine, lavender stuff, that kind of thing. But leads me to my next question. What is it like having to deal with Western foreign policy? You know, can you share your day-to-days? You know, people living in Damascus under threat of Israel retaliation constantly. You know.
Actually, I mean, that's quite a difficult question to answer in a condensed way.
Yeah.
One of the reasons, if I speak personally, one of the reasons I live here is I don't have to explain myself 24/7.
Right.
You know, when I was living in Europe, nobody really got what I was talking about. Nobody really understood the issues in Palestine, or a very small minority did. And I was endlessly getting banned from dinner invitations and so on, because at that time, the Syria propaganda was rampant. Assad was, you know, the big bogeyman for everyone in the West. And so it became very difficult for me to be arguing the reality with people that were completely brainwashed by Western media and government institutions and UN agencies and so on, you know, to the point of complete ignorance over what was happening here. So from that perspective, I'm a lot happier here because, as I said, I'm in the heart of the resistance. I mean, Syria is the land bridge between Iran, Iraq, and the Palestinian and Lebanese resistance. Syria, one of the reasons that this war was waged against Syria was because of its steadfast solidarity with Palestinians and with the Palestinian cause and with the resistance factions. But living under Western barbarism and economic savagery is very difficult. I mean, in the Northeast, you have the US occupying Syrian resources, which includes all of its oil resources, and trading those oil resources outside the country, so depriving the Syrian people of energy and fuel, which impacts on all aspects of their lives, from the health sector to the education sector, to transport, to heating in the winter, to air conditioning in the summer, to fridges working or not working, to not being able to pump water to the water tanks, etc. So it has a very debilitating effect on civilian life here. And then the fact that Syria is effectively under blockade. I mean, it's occupied on 2/3 of its borders by hostile entities, including Turkey, including US proxies, US direct military occupation, Israel in the south. And the only exit really is to Lebanon and Jordan, but Jordan has played a real double game, you know, throughout, and is definitely not a friend of the resistance axis. And of course now you've got an actual NATO base being established in Jordan, which pretty much says everything that you need to know about Jordan. And so, you know, life here is tough. 90% of people are living below whatever poverty line you want to apply to that whole paradigm. There's very little future for them. There's a lot of difficulty for people to actually leave Syria. There's a lot of embargoes now on travel for Syrians because of the so-called refugee crisis, which of course is a direct result of US cartel neo-colonialism, but of course that's forgotten in the whole refugee crisis narrative. So it's tough. I'm not going to say it isn't tough. I have a relatively privileged position because I'm paid outside, so I'm bringing dollars into the country. It's a lot easier for me. I'm not going to say it's incredibly difficult for me, but at the same time, you know, you are living. I mean, where the area where I'm living, we've had 3 houses destroyed pretty close to me by Israeli assassination attempts. There have been at least 3 or 4 Israeli assassinations on the road 5 minutes away from me. And, you know, Damascus, as you said, is regularly targeted, as is Homs, Masyaf, Latakia, Aleppo, more recently has twice been targeted, and Israel has actually violated Syrian airspace to do so using Jordanian airspace and the Al Tanf US military base as air cover to enter from the east. So, you know, at the moment, to a degree, what Syria, I think, is trying to do is to clear the military decks in preparation for any kind of escalation with Israel. So you've got the Syrian Arab Army right now trying to clean the central desert area of the ISIS terrorist cells that are being armed and equipped by the US as another of their proxies, and have been attacking both civilians and military bases and vehicles, etc. You've got ongoing negotiations to normalize relations with Turkey, which, you know, are very dependent on whether Erdogan is prepared to basically withdraw from all Syrian territory that he's currently occupying, and to withdraw his terrorist proxies and his military forces that are on the ground inside Syria, illegally, of course. And so the necessity is to basically for Syria to take control of the area north of the M4, which is the arterial road from Aleppo in the north to Latakia on the coast, which currently is a sort of no man's land, supposedly patrolled by Russia and Turkey, although that has only just started up again. So, you know, Syria is in a position where I think it's really trying to clean everything up in preparation for any kind of expansion of the war, because if there is escalation into Lebanon, then Syria will automatically be pulled into that. But what it has been doing is opening up its territory, of course, for example, for the Iraqi resistance forces and various other kind of unnamed resistance factions that have been attacking Israel from Syrian territory. And that's another reason that Syria is constantly being targeted by Israel, because Israel is perfectly well aware that the role that Syria is playing, despite having its hands full militarily, economically, politically, it is still opening up its territory and making itself vulnerable in order to provide assistance for Gaza and the Palestinians.
Right. Well, it leads me into a bit of a follow-up. What, in your opinion, is the one thing you wish people could experience traveling to Syria? What have you learned or experienced since being on the ground and speaking with people in the region that people miss watching from afar? I'm sure a whole list of things.
Yeah, again, that's a very detailed question and answer. I think for me, the main thing, because this is what I come up against all the time, and actually I came up against it fairly recently regarding Palestine, where somebody actually said in a kind of chat box in another interview, they said, well, the reason they supported Israel was because they don't want a Muslim state in place of the Zionist entity. And I just like, you know, I don't know what people think Syria is or what Palestine was. I mean, Palestine was it was part of Syria, actually, originally, of course, as was Lebanon. But Palestine was secular. It wasn't a Muslim state. It was a Muslim majority, but it was inclusive of Middle Eastern, Mizrahi or Sephardic Jews. It was inclusive of Middle Eastern Christians. It was inclusive of Middle Eastern atheists and so on, communists, socialists. I mean, the list goes on, and that's reflected in the resistance factions, by the way. They're also not all Islamic, right? And so what I would say to people about Syria, because it is, I think it's probably a kind of a universal misrepresentation of the Middle East, but particularly Syria. Syria is such a diverse country. You know, I mean, I was trying to explain to someone the other day, if you go to the Old City on a Thursday night, which is kind of the start of our weekend here, Thursday and Friday are the weekends. If you enter the Old City, it's like being in, I don't know, one of the really buzzy areas of New York, right? You've got nightclubs and music and street life and people, women wearing hijabs with friends that are wearing miniskirts and low-cut blouses, and Christians and Muslims, you know, out celebrating together. And I mean, it's crazy. It goes on until 6 a.m. I mean, if you go out on a Thursday night, don't expect to get any sleep. There's techno bars, there's, you know, there's everything you can possibly imagine in one area. But if you walk 5 minutes into another area, you come into the Shia Islam area, which is, you think it's another whole world because it's dead quiet. So you've come from the Christian area, really, but I mean, it's mixed, into the Shia area, which is beautifully calm and peaceful. And then if you cross the street and go into another few alleyways, you enter what used to be the Jewish area, which, funnily enough, most of the houses were rented by Palestinians after the 1948 Nakba. And Straight Street, which is the street, the main kind of street in the old city that takes you to the Hamdaniya souk. But this was the street where Saul had his epiphany and converted to Christianity. So, you know, you've, in the Umayyad Mosque in the old city, you've got the remains of John the Baptist. This is what Syria is. You can be in the old city and you can hear the azan, the call to prayer, and 2 seconds later, mixing with it, you've got the church bells. And again, even from a Christian point of view, you've got Presbyterians, you've got Catholic, you've got Orthodox, which of course is the big connection also with Russia. And then if you extend out from Damascus, you have Ismaili, you have Yazidi, you have Druze, you have Shia, Alawite, and again, Christians, even external to Damascus itself, in all the areas of Syria. So it doesn't matter where you go. Nobody actually asks you, are you Christian, are you Muslim? First and foremost, Syrians are Syrian. Their faith is secondary to their being Syrian. But I think, you know, this is what shocks people the most, and this is what I constantly try to explain to people, that you have no idea of the diversity of the culture, the heritage, the history, and the people here in Syria, the hospitality that you will receive wherever you go here. Sorry, one of the dogs is set off. And from that perspective, it's one of the safest places I've ever been in also.
Right.
Like, I can go out of my house at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. and just walk the streets. No one will bother me. Absolutely no one. And that applies to pretty much anywhere in Syria, except of course, the still occupied areas by the Al-Qaeda factions, which is the northwest, really.
Right. Well, leads us to our next question, which of course it does. What would you tell people? Because a lot of people I'm sure you talk to will immediately reply back to you, well, you live under a dictatorship. So is there any validity to any of that claims of torturing prisoners and chemical weapon attacks? I already know most of your answer, but feel free to tell our audience who might not know, you know?
I guess my answer would be, dude, look in the mirror. I think if anyone's living in a totalitarian environment right now, it's the US and the UK and the EU. I mean, come on, seriously? You know, I mean, it's like saying Iran doesn't have women's rights. I mean, you know, that's the most. It's just insane. Have you seen President Assad walking out in the middle of some of the most crowded areas of Damascus with absolutely no security? Can any of your presidents or any of the European leaders or any of the UK leaders do that without getting eggs in their face? I mean, come on.
I wish that happened more often.
You know?
Would be nice.
Well, I think Macron gets it every time he goes out. Look, when people talk about a dictatorship, you assume that nobody will talk about politics, nobody will criticize the government. Come to Syria, get in the taxi. The first taxi you get into, if they speak a little bit of English, the first thing they will start telling you is the government this, the government did that, the government cut the electricity, the blah, blah, blah. And they will moan for the whole journey. A lot of it is justified, by the way. If you go into any bar, into any restaurant, people are talking politics everywhere, literally everywhere. You know? What I will say is generally for people, they're happy to criticize the government, but kind of the president is the red line. And not because out of fear of retribution, but because the respect for their president, who basically never left the country throughout the 13 years regime change war, even when ISIS were 20 kilometers away from, or even less actually, from where he lives in Damascus, which, by the way, is not some kind of ornate palace. It's a relatively simple residential apartment. And he's famous actually for getting in his car late at night when he can't sleep on his own without any security detail and just driving around Damascus. And he loves, apparently, surprising the checkpoints, because when they see the car, they obviously stop it. We still have some security checkpoints. Most of them have now been dismantled in Damascus. And then they realize that it's the president on his own in his own car driving around Damascus. You know, these aren't just kind of little anecdotes. These happen on a regular basis. Yeah, of course, you know, there are issues in Syria, most of which have been generated by the war and by the economic sanctions and the blockade and the siege and the theft of resources and so on. And yes, the government is struggling to, you know, to maintain services. But at the same time, and this is something, you know, particularly in the US, where I know everyone struggles with healthcare and health insurance and so on, but I will give you an anecdote. I had kidney problems fairly recently, and I was like, okay, what do I do? Because I'm in UK mode where, you know, you have to wait 3 weeks to get an appointment and so on. So I spoke to my friend and he said, no, don't worry, I'll call the kidney specialist at one of the hospitals. So he called the kidney specialist, like one of the top kidney surgeons in Syria. He called him at 10 in the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, I saw him for a consultation. Within 24 hours, I had the treatment that I needed to kind of, you know, bash the stone to pieces. And he refused to take any money for it because I'm a guest in his country.
Wow.
So, you know, another thing that I guess, you know, as part of the other question you asked is that what I love about living here is that they still have those traditional values, the values of hospitality and generosity and trust and community. Like, families are still really important. You know, elderly parents don't get put in nursing homes. They're kept in the family and taken care of by the family and the grandkids and so on. And that sense of community, which certainly in the UK, in my opinion, has been destroyed, deliberately destroyed by successive governments and corporate oligarchs and so on through various projects, including, of course, the COVID project most recently. Whereas here, that very traditional lifestyle still exists. And yes, it's based in a religion, but it's not an institutional religion. It's a faith that these people grow up in, that governs their behavior and governs their reactions to their neighbors, to their friends, to their family, to their guests. It's part of the DNA. It's not an institutionalized control mechanism. It's something that is deeply embedded within them. It's a spirituality, regardless of what label you put on that on that element within them. And again, that's something that has been systematically eroded and destroyed in the West, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've said this, I'm not sure if I said this on the stream before, but I've visited Jordan over a decade ago, and I can vouch for you in terms of, if you go to the Middle East, I think especially with people knowing that you're coming a long way, the hospitality that I experienced in Jordan and Morocco were probably some of the most, I think, surprising to me, because that's not necessarily talking about, but it was probably the top as far as the most welcoming that I've ever received in any country that I visited. And yeah, I'm glad that you kind of said that, just given you being in Syria, it kind of vouches that region that they really respect the idea of visitors coming in, because they understand it takes a lot, to come in, and especially in those countries. So the idea that you're coming for them, they really take honor in that, and they will do anything for you to essentially welcome you in their communities in that way. So I'm really happy that you kind of mentioned that, just kind of going off of my experience, but kind of want to go into a little bit about you and your family a little bit. You've mentioned on Twitter that that your father was anti-Zionist. Can you share how his stance on the ideology influenced you?
Yeah, I think it had an influence probably after he passed away in 2001, because growing up, it was just something, it was kind of normal for me, being with my dad at various events and so on. And I guess I probably absorbed it by some kind of symbiosis, but I wasn't very focused on it. I had my own path, and my dad was not, he was kind of a bit of the Victorian era, he didn't have, we didn't have a very close relationship. But after he died in 2001, I inherited all of his confidential papers. And I guess at some point I started to go through them, and I started to really find out, sadly, after he died, who my dad really was, and, the incredible impact that he had, both on the Middle East, but also on, at that time, British politics, where there was a major pushback against the Jewish settlement in Palestine, because as he predicted, it would lead to decades of bloodshed, which of course it has. He was vehemently against the Zionist movement, and equally he was hated by the Zionist movement, because they understood that he was someone, not to be messed with, really, as some of the descriptions of him talk about. So I guess, growing up, because as a kid I was with him in, I'm showing my age now, in Cairo in '67. And then of course, he was always lecturing about Palestine, even after he retired. So yes, and our dinner conversations were always politically minded anyway. So I guess, yes, it affected me hugely. Certainly the connection to the Middle East was always there. Even as a kid, I was told I quite often used to escape and disappear off to the local mosque, and I was found there by the security because I wasn't really supposed to go off on my own, this kind of thing. So yeah, it definitely created a connection to the Middle East, and I reconnected in 2012 when I came back to Egypt and went back to the embassy, which was kind of weird because it hadn't changed at all, and went to see where they had basically put a memorial stone for my dad. And then I went from there on into Gaza. But I think, in a way, he's affected me more now than when he was alive. You know, I think subliminally, I'm always kind of checking in with him when I'm researching something or I'm analyzing something. And it's kind of nice when I talk to people that are heavily invested into research and analysis, and who actually knew people who knew him and so on. So I think I'm, in a way, on a personal level, I'm also reconnecting with him through my work.
No, I mean, it absolutely. I mean, we also have some connections to you. Our first coverage of Palestine was one of your articles. I think that's a pretty good start, if I had to say so myself. But where you talked about, you reported on the Cast-Light Bread operation, which no one knows about, other than a few people. But it's where Israelis were forced to admit that they contaminated the Palestinian water supply with typhoid. A blatant war crime. Can you elaborate on this briefly and other atrocities that have gone underreported prior to October 7th?
Well, I mean, there were multiple. I mean, people describe Yitzhak Rabin as the peacemaker. But he's the guy who, yeah, exactly. You know, he's the guy who brought in the breaking their bones policy, where the IOF literally used to, I mean, there are videos circulating of it, and it's absolutely horrific, where they would literally just break the bones of kids and civilians that they picked up for throwing stones or whatever, or that, you know, they didn't need a pretext to do so. And Israel has committed endless crimes. I mean, that's why we all say, you know, it didn't begin on October the 7th. It actually began way before even 1917. 1917 was the watershed, the Balfour Treaty. And Balfour, by the way, was a die-in-the-world Zionist himself, Christian Zionist. As was Churchill, actually, Winston Churchill.
Right.
You know, and so, but you know, even if you fast forward to today, you see the same things. I mean, you're hearing now about a polio outbreak. Well, if you actually read someone like William Engdahl, who had polio when he was 5 years old and was paralyzed as a result, he's done a huge amount of research into it. And his claim is basically that it's not a virus. Polio comes from the introduction of a toxin into the body, into the brain. And at that time, of course, when he contracted polio was when the use of DDT was sanctioned, and it was basically being sprayed everywhere. And there is, according to him, a correlation between the then prohibition of DDT and the drop in polio cases. And so now what we're suddenly seeing in Gaza, which immediately set off my alarm bells, quite rightly after what you said, the poisoning of the water with typhoid previously, and that's, I'm quite sure it's been done multiple times, particularly in Gaza, because Gaza is a 40-kilometer by 12-kilometer extermination camp, and Israel totally controls all the water, for example, and all the food that comes into that camp. So how easy is it to introduce disease into that camp if you want to, for want of a better word, cull the population, right? I mean, there's, you know, there are diseases in Gaza that considering the relatively healthy lifestyle they have when they're not being bombed by Israel, is unusual. And there's been a huge spike, as far as I know, in cancer cases and so on and so forth. But suddenly there's an outbreak of polio. And actually, I was talking to William about this, William Engdahl, on Saturday. And what he said to me, well, you know, the polio could have been introduced, but it could also be present in the conditions that are there anyway, because, you know, there's raw sewage in the streets and in the makeshift camps. All the water supply has been destroyed, the water tanks. There was a video only a few days ago with the Zionists blowing up, you know, the big water siphons, no, what do you call them? The huge bulk water carrier things, and blowing them up. So it could be that whatever is causing the polio has been introduced by the appalling sanitation conditions anyway. It could be that it has been introduced as a toxin. But then, of course, what's going to happen next? The rollout of the vaccine. And what faction of society does polio affect? Children under the age of 5.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, it doesn't take a huge amount to figure out what's happening here. And then you have, I mean, again, very recently, the protests at the prison that was carrying out rectal rape against Palestinian prisoners, but not protests against the rape, protests against the possible prosecution of the soldiers that committed the rape.
Which is exactly how they did human shields not that long ago. They had a whole, like, no, we got to keep doing these despicable things. How dare you take that privilege away from us? Like, it's
but you know who started the whole human shield thing? Were the British.
Right. Yeah.
You know, the British back in the Arab uprisings against the Zionist occupation, which was beginning post 1917. And the British decided that the only way they could push back against the Arab-Palestinian uprising was to take human shields. Right. And that was the only way they could drive safely into the resistance areas in Palestine. So it was the British that started the whole, you know, human shield atrocity. And then of course it's all blamed on Hamas.
Right.
But it's the Israelis. There's no evidence of Hamas taking human shields. And it's laughable when they actually say that Hamas, I mean, again, I've been in Gaza in 2012, 2013. Eva Bartlett, you know, a dear friend and another fantastic journalist, has been in Palestine extensively from 2007 onwards, but in Gaza at the same time as me, and then prior to that in 2008 and 9 as well. But when you talk about human shields, as I said, Gaza is 40 kilometers by 12 kilometers. It's tiny. So of course it's an incredibly built up area with 1.2, 1.4 million civilians living there. But let's have a look at Tel Aviv or occupied Jaffa, right?
Yeah.
The, what's it called? The Har Kiria military base is in the center of Tel Aviv, right in the middle of residential areas and schools and hospitals and so on. You know, so what's the difference? The only difference is it's not being targeted, because the resistance effectively is generally not targeting civilians, it's targeting military installations. What is Israel doing? Almost exclusively targeting civilians.
Incredible. Collin, you went on Press TV recently, right? And yeah, I think you had some stuff from that.
Yeah, so I spoke, so by the time we upload this episode, I don't think the interview will be out yet, but I briefly spoke about China's mediation in the Beijing Declaration that was signed last week by various Palestinian factions. And since that interview, I thought more about this joint venture in regards to BRICS. In your opinion, is the liberation of Palestine possible when China Russia and even Iran have seemingly backed proposals for Hamas and others to unite with Fatah and the PLO?
I kind of have mixed feelings about
Yeah.
this China venture with the resistance factions, because if you look at what historically has happened with Palestine, and I'm just reading the 100 Years War on Palestine, which I recommend to everyone to read, because historically it's just fascinating. Palestine has kind of been used as a political football by almost every country involved in the cause from the beginning. And, you know, we kind of shouldn't forget really that it was the US and the Soviet Union that voted for the partitioning of Palestine back in 47, when it was partitioned by the UN. Britain actually abstained because Britain at that point had realized that actually the Zionist project wasn't such a great idea, because, you know, it was actually going to kind of take control of British Middle East interests away from the British and put it in the lap of the United States, and potentially even then the Soviet Union. To some degree, and I haven't really kind of gone into this in any depth, and I haven't really talked about it prior to now, it's just a nagging doubt in my mind as to why this was done. And potentially, and also I tend not to look at these things with kind of rose-tinted glasses like a lot of people do, because I think you have to forget about that, because even China and Russia have their own national interests as
in
a
India.
priority, right?
Right.
Yeah. Oh God, no! Don't get me on India.
Yeah.
Don't get me on India.
Brazil, both of them. Like,
yeah, no, you know, and I think that's where we have to be really careful as journalists, not to get kind of swept away by, oh my God, there's a resolution and there's a, you know, I mean, effectively, look, China brokered, effectively, I suppose, the peace between Iran and Saudi Arabia, but there's still issues. You know, yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it's a lot of politics and maneuvering. And I think what was very telling for me was after the statement had been put out about the reconciliation, and of course China was taking credit for having brought them all together. Right. I think it was in Al Mayadeen, they published the fact that a number of the resistance factions had actually said it's not accurate, because we insisted for the PLO, for example, that they should cease to recognize the state of Israel. So I actually published quite recently a kind of a bit of a manifesto from what I would consider the real groundswell of Palestinian resistance, who are very critical, actually, historically, of the role of the PLO and of Fatah, and even of Hamas to some degree, and the degree to which they've kind of sold out Palestinian nationalism. So from my perspective, and again, you know, it's a controversial subject, but let's take Hamas, for example. Hamas are effectively Muslim Brotherhood, and Hamas were involved in the destabilization project in Syria. They were expelled from Syria as a result. Damascus had given refuge to Khalid Mashal and Ismail Haniyeh, the leaders, the political wing leaders in Hamas, until they realized that actually Hamas was betraying them. Now, since 2017, Said Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, has been brokering normalization between Hamas and the original resistance axis, which is Iran and Syria and elements within Iraq and Hezbollah, because Hamas had pivoted towards you know, the heavy funders in Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And of course, the two countries were responsible for funding the regime change war in Syria, Qatar particularly. And so Fatah, we know, is just a wingman for the Zionist entity, right? I mean, Fatah is a joke for most Palestinians. When I'm also speaking about the betrayal of Hamas, I'm not necessarily talking about the military wing, by the way, because the armed resistance and the multiple, there's more than 17 armed resistance factions in Gaza. It's only because Hamas has been given, in a sense, the leading role by the resistance axis also, who have promoted Hamas as the kind of head of all these resistance factions.
Right.
But it depends really who from Hamas was involved, who from Fatah was involved in this reconciliation process. But personally, I remain a little bit skeptical, and I that's just my personal perspective, but I would like to talk to my friends, you know, like Marwa Osman and so on, and I haven't yet had an opportunity to do so, but I am skeptical.
Well, what do you think are the next? What do you think should happen next for Palestinian liberation? Right? What would that even look like? First of all, like, and is there any tangible actions that our audience can take to assist? You know,
I think really the most important thing is this fight against Zionism, against the Zionist movement. Mm-hmm. Because the thing is that the Zionist movement is not only occupying Palestine, it's occupying the US, and it's occupying the UK, and it's occupying the EU. So in a sense, people in the US have their own war against the Zionist occupation of, you know, pretty much all of their essential sectors and infrastructure, right? Whether it's the military industrial complex, whether it's the media, whether it's your political system. And this is why I've just been, you know, tearing my hair out after the kind of so-called Trump assassination, and how people are still falling for this duopoly, for this political system, which is completely kind of, you know, it's totally occupied. It doesn't matter who becomes president.
Right.
It doesn't matter who they pick for their administration. It doesn't matter because they're all controlled.
Right.
Right. And they're all controlled by the Zionist movement. I mean, why do your congressman have to sign a pledge of allegiance to Israel? Is Israel the US?
Right.
You know, I'm sorry, but who do your leaders represent? Are they really representing the US, or are they representing the interests of Israel?
Right.
Yeah, we know the answer.
Kennedy was really clear about this. Surprisingly, because he's an absolute, again, sort of
wanted them to sign
through the middle, and he's got Zionist written all the way through.
Wanted to force them to have foreign agent relations signed with them, right? What happened to him?
Yeah,
something happened to him. You know, I vaguely remember something in Houston, but you know, what do I remember?
I'm talking Robert F. Kennedy. I'm talking young Kennedy. But you know, I mean, he was perfectly clear about what Israel represents. It represents the bloc for the rise of the global South, or rather the freedom and independence of the global South, and the rise of any threat to US and Zionist control of the region and the world resources, right?
Yeah.
And this has been clear for decades. I mean, this shouldn't come as a surprise to people. And anyone who thinks Trump getting in is going to resolve anything, they're absolutely insane and delusional. Because if you look at the 4 years of Trump presidency and what he did to the Middle East and what he did to the Palestinian cause and how he effectively enabled Greater Israel to come into being through the Abraham Accords, you know, I mean, it's insane. So I think, from my perspective, and I say this about the UK as well, you've got to recognize how your state is entirely captured by this movement now. Like what Britain basically effectively gave birth to, rather like Frankenstein, has now become a bigger Frankenstein than Britain, way more. and actually is in danger of becoming a bigger Frankenstein than the US, right?
Right.
Which is,
I mean, it's
incredible.
not just Trump though.
Yeah, right.
You mentioned about
yeah,
it's
Kamala,
not just
same
Trump.
thing.
Same thing with
Same
Kamala
thing.
as well. And it's funny. I think
Third
that
parties
people,
aren't any better,
right?
Unfortunately.
Well, just the argument that all of our government, as you said, is captured. So across the board. But I do have one last question for you before you go. So other than you, can you give our audience a few resource recommendations? So other journalists, books, news networks, podcasts, documentaries, so they can have a better understanding of what's happening in the region.
We can't all be in the region. I'd love to. There's plenty of dates I'd like to go try over there. But, you know.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome. I mean, actually, for people to understand as well, it's actually very easy, to come to Syria. I mean, there are now really good little tourist agencies that are running, you know, week-long or 2-week-long tours. It's not expensive. It's really not expensive. I mean, the flight's probably the biggest
Yes, probably the most expensive part. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, come and see this history before potentially it is really kind of destroyed. I hope not. I really hope not. But you know, it is the cradle of civilization, and it is an extraordinary country to visit. You will not regret it, and you will go away from it with such an understanding of what's going on in the world today. That's the thing, because there isn't one person in Syria that doesn't get what's been going on for years here. So resources, Kivok Almasyan, who's Armenian Syrian, based in Europe, but his show is Syriana Analysis, and he does fantastic analysis on the region. Eva Bartlett, of course, who you know, we've both spent time together in Palestine and here in Syria. She's done incredible work in Donbass. She's been to Venezuela and to DPRK. Fiorella Isabel, of course, who has, you know, I think one of the best understandings of US politics. Resources, David Miller in the UK. On the whole Zionist movement. We recently did a really good interview, or I think it was a really good interview with him, where he breaks down how the Zionist movement has infiltrated even organizations like Antifa, the so-called anti-fascist movements in the UK, how they coined the phrase Islamist extremist, and they created Islamophobia, actually. So the Zionists, he explains, I mean, he just blew my mind, and I thought I had a pretty good understanding of it, but I mean, he just took it to another level. So he's a really good source. Books, I'm hopeless at actually remembering titles and stuff. Can I send you a list that Wars? You can put in the...
Yes, you can. Yeah.
That would be a lot easier, because I'm just terrible at remembering everything.
You already mentioned 100-Year War in Palestine.
Yeah, the 100 Years War on Palestine. But I've forgotten the name of the author. I'm sorry. I'm
That's okay.
Terrible these days.
You're good. Me too.
Ilan Pape, of course, is pretty solid, particularly on the history of you know, how the awful non-state of Israel, as I call it, was created. Yeah. Oh God, who else have I recently been reading? Oh, there's a ton of stuff. Can I send you all the titles and the authors?
Yes, you can. I will happy take that. You know. So
no, because there's one really good book. Actually, let me just see, because obviously I can't get English books in Korea, so I had to resort to a kind of Kindle type thing, because it's the only way I can get to read anything. 100 Years War on Palestine is Rashid Khalid, Khalid. But the one that is really good, that gives like a really wide history of the whole region leading up to the war against Syria is the struggle of major powers over Syria. No, I can't find the author. Anyway, I'll send that one to you.
Perfect. We'll leave stuff in the description for people.
Yeah, I can send you a load of stuff.
Struggle of Major Powers over Syria is written by, hold on, Jamal Wakim.
Yeah.
So
these, these are all regional voices. And of course, because under British occupation of Palestine, and even previously under the Ottoman Empire occupation, but particularly under the British occupation, the Palestinian story was completely silenced. All of the kind of resistance newspapers that were established to try and talk about the Zionist influx were shut down and censored. The editors and so on were arrested and imprisoned. So the Palestinian story wasn't actually allowed to be seen. While, of course, the Zionist story was, as it is now, promoted and supported and absolutely amplified by the West and by Western media and Western regimes. But the Palestine story was silenced from very early on, even before 1917, which is quite extraordinary. So I think it's really important to read regional voices because they're the voices of experience, and even historically, they're going to be telling you things that you're not going to be told in school.
Right.
Right. And you're certainly not going to be told by Washington Post or CNN or BBC or any of those. So it's very important to read their voices, in my opinion. One other person, particularly on Yemen, is Professor Issa Blumi, B-L-U-M-I. And he's written some of the best books on the history of Yemen, for example, who are, the king of the resistance, in my opinion, at the moment.
Very fun seeing them take over boats.
Yeah.
But we're, I think, out of time. So feel free to tell people how to follow you, where they should go.
Oh, can I just mention Marwa Osman as well? Please follow Marwa Osman.
You're not allowed. But yeah.
Anyway, Substack mainly, and Twitter.
Who are these people?
This is our extra story for tonight. We'll make this quick, somewhat, but you were kind of like, about this story, but I felt it's kind of important somewhat to kind of talk about in light of another story that you brought up a couple of weeks ago, which connects with this. And I think we've had more of a deeper discussion regarding this since then. And I think we could probably share, with you guys, with our fam, as well as you guys can maybe talk about this in the chat. But as you guys probably know by now, on Monday, Macklemore released his new single Hinds Hall. That's the name of Hamilton Hall that was occupied at Columbia University last week. That's what the students renamed it when they occupied it. And obviously Hinds Rajab is the 6-year-old girl who was killed by the IDF when she was trying to be rescued, I think several months ago. So Macklemore named
dedicated
this
to
single in memory kind of dedicated to her, but also to the occupation of Hamilton Hall. Obviously, due to copyright, we cannot play the video, and
I can play it for us.
Put an age restriction on it, so we will surely get hit with a copyright strike on that. So please go and watch it on YouTube if you have not done so already.
Yeah.
But that being said, we have the wonderful, comparable Caitlin Johnstone, who does her thing and did an opinion piece that her husband, what's her husband's name?
I forget.
Tim Foley.
Tim Foley, that's
right?
it. I hope so. I should be easy. Do you know what Foley? Have you ever heard of the word Foley? The actual term Foley? It's just very funny that he's doing Foley work as a Foley for Caitlin stone.
Right.
It's just kind of ironic.
So, so Caitlin did an opinion piece regarding Macklemore's single that Tim Foley, and he does this. If you go to her website, you know, her husband reads her articles. So in case you want more of an audible experience to our articles, you can listen to him read them. So we're gonna listen to him read Caitlin's article regarding the Macklemore single, and we will continue to talk more about it.
Opposing the war machine is cool again, and the Empire is getting nervous. American rapper Macklemore has released a single titled Hinds Hall, the name given to Columbia University's Hamilton Hall by anti-genocide protesters in honor of the 6-year-old Hind Rajab who was murdered in Gaza by Israeli forces. The artist says all proceeds from the track will go to UNRWA. The song, with its accompanying video, is such a scathing indictment of the US-backed destruction of Gaza that Google-owned YouTube promptly age-restricted it. Macklemore attacks Biden, the brutal police crackdowns on protesters, the conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, US politicians, and the Israel lobby, with lines that will haunt you for days like, "The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied." This marks the first really mainstream artist to take on this issue in their chosen medium with a track intended for widespread circulation. It probably won't be the last. Opposing the Gaza genocide is quickly moving from the right thing to do to the cool thing to do, which is a major problem for the Empire. The Empire can handle being on the wrong side of an issue. It has all the media and mainstream culture manufacturing institutions on its side, which allows it to frame public perception of that issue in a way that quells dissent. What it absolutely cannot handle is a critical mass of young people deciding the imperial murder machine sucks, and that opposing it is fun and makes you cool. That's when dissent takes on a momentum of its own. As long as opposing militarism and imperialism is just the morally correct thing to do, it will always be a marginal position in an information ecosystem that's controlled by the powerful, because simply being on the right side of an issue has little natural magnetism of its own. But the instant it moves from being about morality to being fun and cool, it suddenly starts crackling with energy and drawing in huge numbers of people who normally wouldn't be that interested on their own. The Empire has no answer to this. Seriously, how can a bunch of boring Empire managers in DC and Virginia hope to compete once that happens? What are they going to do? Win the young back by writing another Wall Street Journal think piece? Have Netanyahu rap about how Zionism is rad while Tony Blinken plays guitar? They got nothing. This crackling excitement behind an anti-war protest movement hasn't happened since the 60s, and the Empire had to retreat from Vietnam with its tail between its legs and dramatically restructure Western civilization before it could recover from it. And all the Empire managers who worked on solving that problem are dead and gone now. The people working on it now have never had to deal with anything like this, which is why it took them by surprise. The Empire managers of today have only ever encountered protests against the war machine that were either very small or short-lived and easily diverted. This one's only gaining momentum 7 months in. And the Northern Hemisphere's summer hasn't even started yet. I guarantee you the swamp monsters are scheming very hard to try and shut this thing down before summer starts, because the kids are going to have a whole lot of fun at their expense if they can't.
Thoughts, Reef?
Well, I think it was Neil Diamond, I do believe, that said he can hear the, drums of summer. So, that's in that Kent State piece he did. So that's what I'm worried about necessarily, is how much are they going to crack down on a lot of this. But I have seen a lot of talk about how this is being the cool thing now and trying to dismiss it because it's the cool thing, right? That people don't know what they're actually protesting. They're just there to be cool and get laid and whatnot. So, I think that is a problem for the Empire.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be, and we talked about this last week, there is going to be some people who are just in it, for the funsies or whatever, but the problem is, like, the way it's being framed and smeared in the media is, these are pro-Hamas protesters, they don't know what they're talking about, and yet I barely see any mainstream media having people on to kind of talk about it. Like, have some of these college students on to kind of talk about why they're there, but basically what we're seeing online is, a lot of hate for these college students who, are protesting. And many of them, I would argue, if not a overwhelming fair majority of them, know what their demands are. And to kind of go along with that, I mean, we talked about how Macklemore spoke at the pro-Palestine rally in DC that I went to back in November. And now he has come out with the single regarding the movement. And I think I don't want to say overwhelmingly, but I would say a fair majority of people that we know in the space generally liked, the song, but it did
Yeah.
get some hate. And I can argue for those people. I understand the hate, given Macklemore's history, given, like obviously he has been claimed to, steal, like, styles from, rap, black artists especially. But,
Yeah.
that being said, I can also make the argument that every white
Yeah.
music artist basically steals from black people,
Everything's
and
everything's
black
derivative now.
artists.
You're every
Right.
artist is stealing
know,
from all the artists they've listened to before. It's not,
right.
like
So yeah, I think people had, from what I did see, a few that I did see had an issue that it was Macklemore who
Yeah.
did this versus like if it were to say like Kendrick or Drake, who we also know is kind of hot right now, given their
right.
beef, quote unquote, that they're having right now.
Yeah, but
I
no one
think
else
that
is
would have been a lot more.
no one else is talking about this. I know of maybe 4 MCs that are either
Mhm.
like MC Abdul, Low Key. I think there's another one that hangs around with Low Key, MC something or other. I can't remember
our very
his
own
name,
Jesse Jet.
unfortunately. Jesse Jet, of course. There's a few people. There's another Jesse I saw that was talking about Netanyahu and war isn't murder and stuff like that. Recently did a Boeing piece. But like these are heavily independent, like barely have an audience,
Right.
like not saying that in a bad way, but like it's hard for them to get the reach because of what they talk about, clearly.
Right.
And I think
So,
Macklemore is just finding that out. But
right.
But
I think especially on YouTube, as I said earlier, like YouTube put an age restriction on it. So
yeah.
but as I said to you, I think as we were prepping for this story last night, is this song going to win a Grammy? Probably not. Is this song going to get massive radio play? Also, probably not.
Right.
But the idea that Macklemore found a lane that, as of this point, no mainstream artist has even attempted to do yet. I mean, say what you want about Macklemore, but at least he did something. Towards uplifting, especially college students right now who are protesting. And the idea that the other thing was, oh, this seems calculated, just given the timing, in terms of, like, oh, this is kind of taking in the way of, Drake and Kendrick. That was the other thing. And I'm kind of like, well, we're going to get into why. Well, I really wasn't even into this beef.
Mm-hmm.
Many of you know I got my cousin got married over the weekend, and actually my cousin very briefly was kind of into it, just as he was getting married, and he was asking me about it, like, what do you think of all this? I'm like, I don't fucking care, because it's like no, but it's just
two
so,
rich
like,
assholes
and I like
arguing,
Kendrick, right, over nothing, really. But we're gonna get to them in a minute. In terms
I think that's the thing with it. If you've been following it, there's a lot more. It's a lot more than just like arguing. There's a lot of like seedy music business crap behind it, including talks about Lucian, who we've talked about, talks about Clive Davis, who we've talked about, like a lot of these like things that are connected to Vanguard and the private prison system and how they've manipulated hip hop and like and they've installed people that they're comfortable with and get blackmail on. I think that's part of the thing. I think it was Kendrick's calling Drake a colonizer essentially for how he's acting in the music industry. So I think that's part of it. This Toronto kid used to play on Degrassi, like Silver Spoon from the start sort of problem. So, not that I'm sure Kendrick hasn't made his sacrifices, but he brought this tweet.
Well, it's actually a thread that I think really it speaks to what I had been thinking about very well. So this is from @Julian Akil Rose, who tweeted, "Y'all let Macklemore drop a song like this before you," which referring to, I think, generally anyone in hip hop.
Yeah.
But I think especially probably Black artists, especially.
Right.
So he continued. So he continued. "I swear, Ninja's been saying hip hop was revolutionary. That's why so many of these ninjas are culture warriors, culture vultures, right? Because they don't comment on social issues. Some of the biggest, most historic social issues happening, multiple genocides, it's crickets from your real rappers. Folks are silent to protect a bag. Do that make them a sellout or what? Talk to me." Anyway, shout out to @LaRussellCG for actually saying something months ago, and shout out to @_ArtCoop for organizing artists to be grounded in justice movements. Embarrassing for both them rappers, again for referring to Kendrick and Drake, I assume, that had ample time for their beef, LOL, especially because 40 has been posting about Palestine nonstop, and it seems like he really cares. But these people are corporations in and of themselves, so that's rap, I guess. LMFAO. All of you, it's not our fight, people. Nothing about you revolutionary either, LMAO. So I don't care about what you think is or isn't your fight. Some of y'all mad I tweeted this. Who the F is supposed to hold the line for what hip-hop is supposed to be? We keep saying nothing about our rappers saying nothing, and after a while, people forget what this ish could be. It's already happening. Nah. Either y'all stop saying hip-hop's revolutionary, or you help try to make it that way. Artists should feel ridiculous for A, not learning enough about social issues to be proficient, B, not learning, and then also not donating/amplifying, C, not using art to further movements. And if you read this as shade towards Macklemore, it's quite the opposite. Hip-hop is back this week, though. I can't believe I'm still going on, but I woke up mad. You don't become a mega millionaire off rap if you haven't gone commercial in some way. You don't become a mega millionaire off rap without watering down messages. You don't accumulate wealth without some form of extraction and hoarding. People have lost track of the fact that all entertainment industries decided they could sell stories of Black suffering so long as it didn't ultimately point people to actual resistance.
Yep.
Simply talking about struggle is not in of itself revolutionary, and that's the plot folks have lost. And I can add, probably in our space, not sorry to say that also applies to us, just talking about revolutionary matters or things that should matter, it's not the same as actually doing it and being a part of a struggle. So I really like what that tweet in particular, I think just as it refers to anyone who has a voice or has a platform to make your voice amplified, to elevate social causes, to have people actually do something about it.
Yeah.
It makes a difference when you're out there, making those moves yourself versus just talking about it or singing about it or rapping about it, but then not, going all the way in terms of the things that you are talking about. But anyway, and people don't want to accept or recognize this because they don't want to believe their favorite artists are also part of de-radicalization and commercialization of hip-hop, because that would mean we as fans are also a part of it. Surprise! F it, I'm still going. If it's not our problem, okay, well, they're also not challenging people in power about shit happening directly to Black people in America, are they? Cop City, Biden giving 100 million to cops, these fuck-ass Black mayors, medical apartheid, where the F are they? Let's be clear, they're not participating in any part of a struggle towards revolution. LMFAO, be serious. The best we get out of these ninjas is to vote for the segregationists. If you think your issues are separate, that's on you. Why aren't these rappers supporting the issues you think they are yours either? Right. And I think that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard any rappers as of late. Now, granted, I don't listen to hip-hop like that now, but I haven't heard of any hip-hop artists who have talked about Cop City who have talked about what's happening in Haiti, what's happening in Congo, like we talked about last week, the Morehouse students brought to their president in terms of like, why are you having Joe Biden on our campus to speak at our commencement when he hasn't done shit for Black people locally? Like, they brought that to him.
I've heard rap and songs about Cop City and about, whatever, but I follow the shit. I'm in it. We're in Twitter every day.
Well, let me rephrase mainstream. Mainstream.
That's what I mean. Like, and if you are talking about those things, they never let you touch mainstream stuff ever. Like you're relegated to, YouTube or some other platform, and then they still demonetize you and push you down then if you are. So, they still control a lot of the, this has been the problem with the music industry as a whole. They still control a lot of the publication of it, and like, it's only until now you've started seeing more independent publication, but we've seen Spotify censor low key. We've seen, lots of that kind of stuff happen. So, I get to some degree why it's happening. At the same time, like, I would like more of that counterculture to be part of that, music genre for sure. Yeah. So not that it isn't happening, like, bro, you talk about the people in the ciphers and whatever, they spit that shit, and some of the old hat rappers that you don't hear much about, they still do that. They get on mics, they freestyle about this stuff, bring up Julian Assange, they bring up WikiLeaks, they bring this stuff up, but you'll never hear that outside of once or twice on the radio that someone didn't catch, like, so, there's a few, but like, where's Toby? Where's Toby and Wigway in the middle of Atlanta? Where's, Houston, my bad. Like, there's some people who pride themselves on talking about issues in their songs who haven't touched this. So, like, I'm not saying they won't. I'd like to see that. That'd be nice. I'm sure some of those guys could go extra hard on that. Post Contra, there's a few out there. But you brought this from DJ Joe Nice, right?
Right. So shout out to our friend of the show, DJ Joe Nice. I saw this post on Instagram, so I pulled it and gave him credit on Twitter for this. So actually, if you scroll down, Reef, I want to read. If you scroll down, I want to read what Joe Nice said on Instagram first. By the way, follow him there. By the way, so speaking of Kendrick and Lamar, for those keeping score, 1, Kendrick Lamar is signed to Universal Music Group. 2, Aubrey Graham Drake is signed to Universal Music Group. 3, the CEO of Universal Music Group is Lucian Lagrange, a pro-Israel billionaire and Zionist supporter. 4, Lucian Lagrange is a defendant in the Sean Combs, P. Diddy, Puffy, whatever his name is, court case. This just in, Kendrick versus Drake is a distraction. This bullshit takes attention away from Israel and their continued genocide of Palestinians in Rafah. It also turns down the heat on Sean Combs. If you think a fake rap beef is, quote unquote, for the culture, you might need to consider other activities. So well, again, as I said, I didn't care for the Drake Kendrick beef, manufactured beef as what it is. I did not know that Drake and Kendrick were on the same music label. You said that Drake might not be, but at least at minimum, he probably might be.
I think Kendrick might not be.
Right.
Kendrick might also have some independent stuff that he pulled together. I say
right, but I'm sure like they might be a subsidiary of Universal, maybe, possibly. So, but either way, and we did talk, and you talked about this story regarding Diddy and the circle of friends that he have, all of which are Zionist, and how Lucian Lagrange, essentially is essentially his lawyer to kind of cover up for Diddy right now. So it definitely does make sense given the heat that Diddy has had, and now I think he's trying to keep a very low profile, to have, you know, Kendrick, who hasn't put out an album in what, like 7 years? Like,
Yeah.
honestly, about that long. Have him and Drake go at it just
Right.
to get, you know, some entertainment value out of the two of them while giving Diddy cover. Meanwhile, neither one of them, and of the two, I would think that Kendrick would actually be, because he is more conscious. He
Yeah.
is a little better in terms of speaking to social issues a little bit, especially when it came like
Well, he's
around
much
the
more
BLM era.
he's much more isolated himself, right? Like,
Right.
whereas Drake has done the parties, done the Diddy stuff, been over there, connected to a ton of people. I mean, I think that's part of the thing with this, is that the reason why it's so distracting is because they are talking about some real stuff in this piece, but it's all ancillary to the actual, you know, it's like, it's not as important as other stuff, but it's like,
right,
you know, it's stuff that's been in the zeitgeist recently, especially with the Diddy stuff, with Epstein stuff, with whatever, that essentially they're putting all that on Drake as well, you know, but whatever, you know, I think there's more important stuff, which you're bringing up here.
Right. So again, like, you can, you know, and I said it earlier, you know, I gotta give Macklemore some credit here. Like, and I'm gonna say this again, because we've had this conversation regarding Oliver Anthony. Is Macklemore going to lead a movement? Absolutely not. And for all intents and purposes, he shouldn't lead the movement, Macklemore. But like, if you want to participate in terms of offering your art towards the cause, sure. But ultimately, you know, allow the people on the ground to do the work. Allow the college students to do the work right now. Hopefully, and you know, like, it's graduation season. You know, folks are graduating. The protests are still ongoing. I can imagine over the summer it's probably going to get worse, especially coming up on the conventions over the summer. I'm sure a lot of these protests are going to be more elevated depending how things in Rafah/Gaza go over the next few weeks. But for those of you who are kind of like, oh, Macklemore doesn't have a right to talk about this or rap about this, all these college students don't know what they're talking about, or, you know, like, you know, they're pro-Hamas terrorists or whatever else you want to say to smear them. Let's listen to the woman, the mom of whose child was martyred, who Hamilton Hall was renamed after, and who Macklemore decided to, you know, write this song in memory of. Let's hear from Hind Jahab's mom and what she thinks regarding the college protests. And she's speaking in Arabic, so we'll have to
read the things for people.
We'll have to read it for our friends who are just listening.
Cool.
So ever since Hind was born, the simplest occasion had to be celebrated. I'm burning on the inside, wishing that my daughter was with me, so I can celebrate her birthday. A woman saw me and asked, "Are you the mother of Hind Jahab?" I answered her, yes. She told me that your daughter had a hall named after her at Columbia. To be quite honest, I started crying because I wanted all of these movements and support to come while Hind was still alive and not after. But I was still happy about it, that there's a possibility that Hind's cause could move and mobilize people in this world. That there's a possibility that Hind could be the spark that creates change for the Palestinian cause. The night of Hinds incident, it was a very, very harsh night. Fire belts everywhere, to the extent that a tower next to us collapsed. Do you realize how intense things were? Fire and shrapnel everywhere in the house where I was residing. It was extremely terrifying. I told her to come to my embrace. She immediately closed her eyes and fell asleep. Despite it being a very harsh night, she quickly fell asleep. I looked into her eyes and her face. I told her, your eyelashes are so beautiful. Now never let these eyelashes leave me alone, dear. Never deprive me from seeing these beautiful cheeks. Your hair is so beautiful, dear. Hamad, I only want to stay alive so I can see you grow up into a young woman. I am very happy, to be frank, for what they're doing in many universities. But I hope that these protests do not stop until there is an actual permanent ceasefire in Gaza. We do not want this 6-week truce. Imagine that after 6 weeks, you'll still have to go back to a war once again. That is very difficult. We want a permanent ceasefire for life. We are tired. My message to the whole world: wake up. Hind is not the only one. It's not Palestine's first martyr. We have more than 15,000 martyrs who are children. Wake up now. Why are others like him still going through this? Why don't you really wake up? Not because of him, but because of the other children like him.
Powerful stuff. But
so yeah, hate Macklemore all you want, but that's the person that you should be listening to. That's the person that actually should be going viral right now, quite honestly. So, but you know what? You know, again, props to Macklemore for giving people a lane to actually speak on this without fear. And yeah, if he's doing it for clout, fine. You know, but he's not the face of the movement. Hind is. You know, the Palestinians who are dying should be. So, you know, so if you have a problem with what Macklemore is doing, make that point. You know, this is not about him. You know, this is about the Palestinians who are dying and are continuing to die given this oncoming assault, which we're going to talk about in the next segment.
Yeah.
But anyway, he kind of ending on that kind of note, but
I know, right?
If you want to support us, if you want to support us at what we're doing at INN, free to support us on Ko-fi at the link below, or you can use your QR code to scan with your phone and give a donation to us that way. Please like, share, and subscribe to us. We really would appreciate it, just so we can beat the algorithm, since the algorithm hates us and suppresses us to high heaven. So please leave a like, subscribe, and make sure to leave a comment. We do read your comments, especially since we have a small community that is very easy to. We do appreciate that, and we do appreciate your words of support. And you know, and actually, I do want to say this: Reef and I are thinking of, you know, creating a music show where we're able to talk more about artists that do not get a lot of play, that we want to kind of highlight. So let us know in the chat or in the comments if that's if that's a show that you would like to see. Will have to be a Rumble exclusive show given copyright on YouTube. if we want to play their music. But also, which artists do you think are really revolutionary minded that you want us to highlight and, you know, talk about on this potential show? We don't know when we want to do it, but we are kind of talking through this. It's something also that we want to possibly have Jesse, you know, be a part of as well. But yeah, let us know if that's something you would like to see, and what artists you think should be highlighted on the show once we get it up and running.
Who are these people?
Good dude, James Baldwin. I watched, I think, multiple versions of him on the Dick Cavett show and other shows back then. Had a lot to say to people. Most of it I liked. So, you know, well ahead of his time. But
yeah,
you're bringing some of his views on Palestine.
Yeah. So he didn't say much, but what he said about Palestine, I think, was very spot on. And given that he ended up moving abroad to Europe later in life and being able to kind of note the connections as far as oppression in the world, I think his words were very timely. And just personally, I actually have a picture of him above my computer, actually, so I see him every day.
Nice.
But I love when he speaks, so I definitely wanted to find a clip of him speaking. And I found one that actually does apply, well, liberation in general, but what he says definitely applies to Palestinians if you change the color.
Look at that, Dick Cavett. Very young Dick Cavett.
So you probably have seen, many of you probably seen this clip floating around, but I wanted to play this. I think this will kind of give a good appetizer for what we're going to read regarding what he said regarding Palestine later. So you can go ahead, Reef.
If we were white, if we were Irish, if we were Jewish, if we were Poles, if we had, in fact, in your mind, a frame of reference, our heroes would be your heroes too. Nat Turner would be a hero for you instead of a threat. Malcolm X might still be alive. And, everyone is very proud of brave little Israel, a state against which I have nothing. I don't want to be misinterpreted. I'm not an anti-Semite. But, when the Israelis pick up guns, or the Poles, or the Irish, or any white man in the world says, give me liberty or give me death, the entire white world applauds. When a black man says exactly the same thing, word for word, he is judged a criminal and treated like one, and everything possible is done to make an example of this bad nigger so there won't be any more like him.
Right. So
still applause.
Yes. Still.
Yeah.
Just, he mentioned Israelis, but as Reverend Shark said, complexion for the protection. So if you are melanin deficient, I would say, it's easy for you to say, I have a right to defend myself, right? It's a lot harder if you're a little more melanated to say that.
And this goes for all those Gadsden flag flyers too out there. I see you. Those don't tread on me people,
Right.
Like those melanated people got straps too. I'm just saying, Be careful out there. This shit goes both ways, dog. Anyway.
So I wanted to read this article. This article is actually from 2014, from socialistrecord.org, written by Paul Heidman, who writes How Baldwin Saw Palestine. So let's get into it in terms of what he wrote. With bombs again exploding Palestinian homes and lives in Gaza. Oh. But wait, I thought the bombs started.
I thought it was October 7th.
I know, but this article was written in 2014.
Are you telling me the media in Israel would lie to us? That seems so unlikely.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
Um,
July. That's wild. What year?
2014.
2014. Man, how did they miss that?
Right?
They must have missed that. Um,
It is helpful, or comforting at least, to return to the classic works of the struggle against Zionism. Edward Said's Zionism from the standpoint of its victims comes to mind here, as do the poems of Mahmoud Darwish. One writer who isn't often classed as part of this tradition, but should be, is James Baldwin. Here's a passage from Baldwin's last novel, Just Above My Head, 1978, in which he addresses the subject of terrorism. Well, can you zoom in? Because this
yes,
is
I can.
There you go. Thank you. I was traveling before the days of electronic surveillance, before the hijackers and terrorists arrived. For the arrival of these people, the people in the seats of power have only themselves to blame. Who indeed has hijacked more than England has, for example, or who is more skilled in the uses of terror than my own unhappy country? Yes, I know. Nevertheless, children, what goes around comes around. What you send out comes back to you. A terrorist is called that only because he does not have the power of the state behind him. Indeed, he has no state, which is why he is a terrorist. Scroll down, please. The state at bottom, and when the chips are down, rules by means of a terror made legal. That is how Franco ruled so long, and it is the undeniable truth concerning South Africa. No one called the late J. Edgar Hoover a terrorist, though that is precisely what he was. And if anyone wishes now, in this context, to speak of civilized values or democracy or morality, you are pardon this old ninja if he puts his hand before his mouth and snickers if he laughs at you. I've endured your morality for a very long time and still crawled out of that dung heap. All that the slave can learn from his master is how to be a slave, and that is not morality.
Yep.
Reading this passage today, one is struck by its prescience. 20 years before 9/11, Baldwin eviscerated Bush, and now Obama's pious apologies for the war on terror.
War on terror.
The contemporary relevance of the passage, however, can obscure its own context, which is just as notable. Baldwin's emphasis here on stateless peoples and hijackings make it clear that the occasion for his reflections is the Palestinian struggle, which during the 1970s especially took the form of hijackings meant to draw international attention to the occupation. Palestine came to be a prominent issue during the Black Power years, as Black radicals are identified with anti-colonial movements embrace the Palestinian struggle against Israel. For more on this story, check out Alex Lupin's Geographies of Liberation. This embrace led to allegations of anti-Semitism, which were not always justified against Black Power figures like Malcolm X, for example, ultimately culminating in Johnson's publication's decision to shut down Black World, an important Black cultural and political journal, over a supposedly anti-Semitic article about Zionism. In this context, Baldwin's writings on the subject, though brief, display a remarkable clarity, as he unhesitantly declares that Israel represents imperialism, not Jewish self-determination. Thus, it is in 1972, in his essay, Take Me to the Water, Baldwin recounted his reasons for not settling in Israel when he became an expatriate in the late 1940s. And if I had fled to Israel, a state created for the purpose of protecting Western interests, I would have been in a yet tighter bind. On which side of Jerusalem would I have decided to live? Here, Baldwin displays an awareness that, in 1948, most of the left still lacked. When he made the decision to flee the US, Baldwin realized he could scarcely accomplish his goal by settling in a country than replicating our own bloody frontier days. Indeed, Baldwin's clarity on this question stands out from almost any analysis on the left during the period of Israel's birth. Stalinism, in particular, played a destructive role here, as the USSR's eagerness for an ally in the region led it to jump in as the second country to recognize Israel. The first, of course, was the United States. In its wake, Stalinists and their fellow travelers across the world refused to take a principled stand for Palestinian self-determination. Baldwin, always an iconoclast, took a different route. Baldwin's most substantial writing on Palestine came in 1979 with his open letter to the born again. This letter was occasioned by Jimmy Carter's dismissal of Martin Luther King's former aide, Andrew Young, from his position as ambassador to the UN because of his decision to meet with a Palestinian Liberation Organization delegation. Baldwin is clear on the circumstances of Israel's birth.
Say that 5 times fast. The Palestinian Delegation of Liberation Organization. That was a mouthful.
PLO. Jews and Palestinians know of broken promises. From the time of the Balfour Declaration during World War I, Palestine was under 5 British mandates, and England promised the land back and forth to the Arabs or the Jews, depending on which horse seemed to be in the lead. The Zionists, as distinguished from the people known as the Jews, using, as someone put it, the available political machinery, i.e. colonialism, e.g. the British Empire, promised the British that if the territory were given to them, the British Empire would be safe forever. But absolutely no one cared about the Jews, and it is worth observing that non-Jewish Zionists are very frequently anti-Semitic.
Mm-hmm.
Baldwin goes on to speak of Europe's history of anti-Semitism, the civilizational links between the Inquisition and Franco. The situation in Palestine, he makes clear, is not the result of terrorism or Jewish malfeasance, but European imperialism. But the state of Israel was not created for the salvation of the Jews. It was created for the salvation of Western interests. This is what is becoming clear. I must say it was always clear to me. The Palestinians have been paying for the British colonial policy of divide and rule, and for Europe's guilty Christian conscience for more than 30 years. The collapse of the Shah not only revealed the death of pious Carter's concern for human rights, it also revealed who supplied oil to Israel and whom Israel supplied arms. It happened to be, to spell it out, white South Africa. So this was back in the 70s that Baldwin was calling this out regarding the, I guess at that point, soon to be, if not already established, apartheid in South Africa given that time, and how Israel's tied to it. Baldwin's sharp sense of geopolitics, his grasp of the Gulf, which separates Jewishness from Zionism, and his willingness to locate the source of the problem in 1948 for more than 30 years, all would put him on the left edge of the Palestinian solidarity movement today. 30 years ago in the United States, he must have felt as if he resided in the most desolate political wilderness. Studied today as a writer of sexuality and gender, or civil rights, Baldwin's international radicalism remains in the hinterland. Those of us struggling to make good on his vision of real justice in the Middle East have a right and a duty today to claim Baldwin's voice for our side, and in doing so, help bring his radicalism the recognition it deserves. So any thoughts? Short, but I think very poignant.
I think so too.
Any thoughts?
I mean, it sounds like he was right on, way too early for his time. I've heard Baldwin talk about all sorts of stuff, religion as well, right? I think the classic one is where it's like, why would he be nonviolent when, like, that's never been the case for his people? It's always been violence against his, right?
Right.
And I think that he speaks to that here as well, right? Where it's, it's the classic, the minute someone with a little more melanin or isn't part of the NATO alliance decides to, stand for themselves, it's no, we need your resources. So, but yeah, good stuff. So, I definitely should read more of him. I have yet to do that. At least one, right?
Yeah.
Like at least one. Which book from Baldwin should people read? That's the question.
Well, if you don't want to necessarily read, if those of you who are not readers, I Am Not Your Negro, it would be a good. That came out. When did that come out? 2017. That would be a good book to read. Notes of a Native Son, I think, would be a good start. As well as The Fire Next Time is also a good one. I think I gave The Fire Next Time to Crab as a gift. Yeah. So
Giovanni's Room. I wonder what that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but I would definitely, if you're wanting to start on Baldwin, I'll say Notes of a Native Son. I think would be a good start for those, for people who are interested to know. And again, many of his short books are very short; they're easy read. But he packs a lot in such a short read, depending on
The Fire Next Time.
Yeah,
another good one. Okay, good to know. Well, talking about these things is why we're demonetized. So you can go to kodashfee.com/indienewsnetwork. Leave us a tip, a little super chat there. If you're in the live chat, you can put !donate. We'll get your message pulled up on screen for everyone to read. You can also go to Rockfin and Rumble and support us on other platforms if you want. Link in the description below. You can also like and subscribe, hit share, comment. Let us know what you think. What do you think about Baldwin?
Yeah. Also, if you've read any books of his, let us know what title and what you thought.